Hello everyone. Hope everybody's all right. Checking out if everything's okay. And we have sound, don't we? Yeah. Okay. Let's check that out here. Hello everyone. Everything's okay. Hope everybody got a great new year. And we are already in 2025. Yes, streaming from my new PC today, which is pretty cool. Fast, very responsive. Finally settled for an AMD Ryzen CPU rather than the Intel. And man, it works great. It's powerful. Even though it's standard onboard graphics, the graphics chip is actually not as crappy as most onboard graphics that I see. It actually is capable of running some surprising games and surprising graphics demos. So it's very good. It's 32 gigabytes of RAM too, so it's like it's got enough. So okay, worst part was to reprogram the OBS Studio, which is, it's not that it's difficult, but OBS Studio isn't like that straightforward of a software for, you know, streaming and stuff. So it's like every time you actually reset all of this, put all the settings the way you want, it's like it takes a little while to understand why this looks like that and why this doesn't work. And the good news also is that I've actually also, with the reinstall of OBS Studio, been able to get a YouTube Live control panel in OBS Studio. So it actually tells me how many people have watched. It tells me right now that I've got 97 people watching live, and it updates every 30 seconds, every minute, something like that. And even tells me how many messages per minute or something that there is in the chat room. So it's kind of nice. So now I know how many people are watching. So okay, let's start this thing. Since it all seems to work perfectly, let's take a sip of my Belgian ale, which is a white ale. It looks like an orange juice. It's so this one is actually the one that is the widest, I guess. And then there's another one which will actually be a little less. We'll see probably through it a little. So cheers, everyone. And we're going to have some radio fun. We're going to talk about Voice of Turkey, possible, big changes. So we'll talk about that a little bit. We're not really sure exactly what's going to happen. We do know there's changes already in the programming. We'll be checking that out. So hey everyone, Happy New Year 2025. This is the live shortwave radio show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. That's 3 p.m. Eastern Time in North America, and we are from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. My name is Gilles, and we are here to just enjoy something that is in general a very solitary hobby. People, we are all in our little man cave. We do it alone most of the time. We rarely have someone else that really enjoys what we do. Not, counting that often. We just have people saying, well, I don't know why you can stand the static on the radio. So this is where we reunite and we are together to just have fun among radio geeks of any kind. It's, a shortwave stream, but it is radio in general. So whether you're doing or dabbling in long wave, medium wave, shortwave, VHF, UHF on scanner radio, and so on, there's a place for everyone here. And if you're new to all of this, well, this is a great place to be, because this is the place where we learn about all of it. So this is, of course, the great place to have some radio fun. All of us together will be chasing pirates. We're going to check out what's on. I'm going to actually take my tablet and put my tablet on HF Underground and we'll monitor pirates. I've got a few radios that are on. The ICOM ICR 8500, which is right here, is on. We've got the Texan H501X on the desk here, and also the Shortwave LC90, which will have the new firmware coming out in the next few days. Unfortunately, the single sideband isn't right. It's improved because it'll be easier to tune still, but it's a little awkward. So they're having a hard time figuring out what they need to do to have single sideband work well. I've been testing out the latest firmware, and it's unfortunately not totally fixed. But the good news is that it's tunable and it's usable. So at least that will be fine if you tune around single sideband. Of course, there's going to be the RDS feature coming up. So there's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people here. If you want to join in the fun, this is where it's happening, and you can of course join in and chat with others. Really great people. I mean, people are respectful. People are here to help and to also, have a clean conversation, something that's, not seen everywhere. And when that is over, we are at, of course, the Facebook group, which is more than 4,000 members now. And it's a pretty active group with lots of people posting what they're listening to, what they're hearing on the bands, sharing, new radios, whatever. So the Facebook group has the same name as the Shortwave channel, official SWL channel Facebook group. And all of that together brings amazing people. One of the first announcements, we have officially crossed 50,000 subscribers on the official SWL channel. So this Shortwave channel now is just past 50,000, which is amazing. When you think about it, we've just crossed 12 years. It started in October 1st, 2012, and still going on. So we are basically going into our 13th year, and we're continuing to have more and more of all of that going on. So 50,000 subscribers. I think this morning I went to look, it was like 50,034 subscribers. So pretty cool when you think about it. For such a niche channel that is very catered around some very, very unique content, it's surprising. So anybody that says Shortwave is dead, well, I guess there's 50,000 people that are not necessarily in agreement with radio is dead, since they have subscribed to the channel. So it's really, really cool, and honestly, it's a lot of fun. So 50,000 subscribers, and I want to thank everyone because you are great people, honestly. So pretty cool to be here. Let's talk about Voice of Turkey. Voice of Turkey has announced that they are kind of reorganizing, and that means that the old Voice of Turkey that we were listening to, their broadcasts in English and other languages, is kind of gone from what we see. Most of the people listening right now say that it's the general voice of TRT World that is now on Voice of Turkey on Shortwave, and it seems to be more of a news service focused on world events. So it's not the Voice of Turkey like we used to have. From what I understand, the letterbox show, all the mailbag show and all of that is gone. There won't be any more. That also means that they are in a blank as to what the follow-up is on the Voice of Turkey. What will be the next step? So it's, I guess, maybe time to write to Voice of Turkey to let them know that you are there. Let me just, I'm going to just give you guys the email address for Voice of Turkey. So let me just find it for a second here. Okay, Word. I'm just going to dish out the so the Voice of Turkey's email address is English Desk. I'm going to put it here in the chat. English Desk at trt.net.tr. So this is the email for Voice of Turkey. I would encourage everybody to write to let them know that you're listening. I think it's important. I've noticed in the last few mailbag shows of Voice of Turkey that always the same people are writing in. So you hear always the same names. So maybe somebody somewhere said, well, we ain't getting much emails and much letters. So maybe, things need to change. They seem to have an idea of focusing more on podcasts, online services. So that is, the trend on many services, because shortwave is expensive to operate. But I think we can still do something. And the spirit of the Voice of Turkey itself and what they're saying is that. What they're saying is that many languages are going to stay on shortwave, but it's the English and Arabic versions of the shortwave service that might actually go. So they're saying that they're personally sad about it, but that there's still hope that it will be turned around at some point. You never know. So they do actually ask to write in. They do say we remain contactable at englishdesk@trt.net.tr. So all the best from the English Desk. So let's cross our fingers, because we might be losing another station, which was Voice of Turkey, in 2025 if things go the way they want right now. So never take for granted that a station you're hearing is going to be there tomorrow. We're in those days where, reorganization is something that many do, and that reorganization means that they might, change things around, might, stop some of the broadcasts. It's really, really sad when you think about it. So write in, let them know about you listening to the Voice of Turkey. So they're supposed to be on at 23 UT today on 5960. So you can check it out. So, chat room. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. Richard Wagner, RW9301SWL, 21 Fahrenheit in Northeast Illinois. COVID-filled home. Oh man, that is sad. I am, of course, you guys know I'm a caregiver, and the person I'm taking care of is right now in a rehab center for trying to help him walk again enough to go back home, which seems to go decently right now, but where they are, you got to put a mask on. It's crazy. It's they have like a COVID. It's the whole place is full of COVID cases, so they want you to clean your hands, put a mask on. It's it's crazy. So every time I go there, I have to do that. I'm hoping I won't get it soon, because I did get it last time in, what was it, about 3 months ago, 3 to 4 months ago I got it last time. So I hope that me getting COVID is helping me stay out of it for a while. So let's cross our fingers. Masters Players Radio and Television, nice to have you on board, Bobby. WA5107SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. David's Radio Room, nice to have you here. And so Richard Wagner, just take care. Just take care, and gotta let it do its time. All right, JDA Dakota, nice to have you here from Wentzville, Missouri. WA0113SWL. Here it's minus 10 Celsius right now, which is, I guess, in the 20s-ish, if not in the teens. We're going to go to about minus 16 tonight, which is 2 or 3 Fahrenheit. So it's pretty cold here too. We had a dusting of snow. There was like no snow on the ground yesterday, but it started falling a very light snow, which you barely notice. It's there falling, but you barely notice it. But over the hours from yesterday afternoon until now, actually it's all white everywhere now. And because it's really cold, it's not melting anywhere. So looks like winter, a cold winter day today. What else do we have? Richard Wagner, WA9301SWL. And he's got a great idea, which is all punch the like button today. Thurban Iverson, nice to have you on board from Norway. WF7I Homebrew. Hey, Bert, nice to have you here from cold and windy Virginia. Yesterday was very windy. Yesterday here was crazy. Jean Arash, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. Different Gear TV, nice to have you on board. The X-Winger from a cold and windy southeast Pennsylvania. Blogger I always forget the like button. Marvin Mutz, good morning. Nice to have you on board from the Japan Islands. Shortwave Sarge, nice to have you on board. We have John Hummel Newell, V5JHN. Nice to have you on board, my friend, from Saskatchewan. And then we have Different Gear TV says, nice to see the Christmas lights up. Yeah, I'm going to keep those probably still a couple of weeks. I have this, because people find it funny because I often have my Christmas tree quite late, until sometimes I only take it down like the first week of February. So people are like, well, it's a Christmas tree issue. Why don't you take it down? And I'm like, well, I don't count it as a Christmas tree. I count it as a winter tree, which actually I like because it's so dark, the days are so short, that all the light, the colors and the lighting of the Christmas tree just kind of helps me, cheer up. So I often tell people, it's like my Christmas tree goes until the first week of February because it's really a winter decorated tree. Um, so people find that kind of funny because they come here and they're like, it's like, I think it's last year, a friend of mine comes, it was like February 2nd or something, and it was like, you still got your tree up? It's like, yeah. But at February, early February at most is where I just look at it and like, okay, time to take it down now. I used to do one thing. One year I did it, and I didn't do it again because it's a lot of work. But one year I did a tree that I kept all year. And what I do is I had the Christmas tree up, and somewhere in mid-January, late January, Valentine's Day comes on February 14th. So what I would do is find anything decoration that goes with Valentine's Day. I even found little red heart-shaped plastic that I could actually put over the Christmas lights. So it kind of became a Valentine's Day tree. And then I went to the Easter and found all sorts of Easter decorations, including having like little rabbits for the village and all sorts of things, and of course little Easter eggs and stuff. And I went like that with every thing that was a some celebration through the year. Halloween. When I came to Halloween, it was I put lighted pumpkins in the tree, and I put a cemetery under it with skeletons and stuff. It was great. Everybody would come here and be like, "Wow, this is so cool! Your tree's decorated with every festive moment or whatever in their year." But the problem is, it's like you got to take down the tree with those decorations to put it back up with those decorations, to take it down again to put it back up. And so after a year, it was like, this was really cool, but it's so much work, I will not be doing it again. I'd have to have somebody do it for me because it was fun. It was kind of cool. Using my new computer and putting it to the test. So I've been using it now for almost a week. I got it last Saturday when we were doing the show, and I installed it on Sunday and been transferring stuff and checking out, because that's the big thing about a new computer is, okay, I've got to look at the old one, see what I got installed, what I'm doing. In my case, it's kind of cool because I'm using with Windows 11, I'm using a Microsoft account that syncs everything, and I have OneDrive because I got Microsoft 365. So what happens is that when I put my Microsoft account in and installed all the Office apps and everything, I've got all the files because I got OneDrive syncing all of my folders, and I've got all the everything that has to be synced that has in some way is it's just great because everything just is easy to set up. So I really enjoyed that for that. Makes it very, very simple. But still, you reinstall, and you don't want to have necessarily your PC like the other one before. You don't want to have some apps maybe that were on the other one that, well, you don't need anymore, you never use. So I always start up by saying, well, no, this is going to be a new PC. Don't sync everything. Let me choose what I want to sync and what I want to install. So, it always starts up with like the bare minimum of what I need. And of course, as you use it through the week, what happens is like, oh, I've got to, okay, that account here, that YouTube account there, or what's the password of this account? Oh, I forgot that thing. Oh, the software. Oh, I need that. I know the OBS Studio. So, you go through, the first week is like, yeah, okay, I forgot this, forgot that. But now, after a week, I'm pretty much settled on it, and it works great. I transferred the one that I was using streaming this to this position here. It's actually just under the monitor here. So it's going to be the main PC that's going to control my Yaesu FTDX10 for everything digital modes. And it's also going to be my main PC working on that side for all sorts of other things too, including decoding digital modes, but also, you know, displaying all sorts of radio software I would need and so on. So this is going to be this is the new setup, and my older one, which has Windows 10 on it, will possibly be transformed into a Linux box. I'll be installing Linux distros and playing with them, and also using that occasion to make Linux distro videos on my tech channel. I know a lot of people would like that. So a few changes here in the office, and of course all of that comes at a price. This is what I always say. It's like when you do changes, when you do something like this, you need to have good hardware, and you need to, you know, make sure that things need to change, and you need, of course, you spend money for that. So if you guys want to chip in, once again, we talk about it every week. There's a super chat here that you can click, little super chat dollar bill at the bottom of the chat, and give a little something to help out on the channel. And if you don't want me to starve tonight, and actually I should take a picture of it and put it on the Facebook group, you can actually help with the pizza fund. And the pizza fund is with the PayPal account, so you can help me not starve to death. You know, I look like somebody that I haven't eaten in so many days. So anyways, if you want to help with the pizza fund, help me pay a little pizza after the live show's done, or beer. Some people just send it and say, well, more beer and stuff like that. Here's the Pizza Fund PayPal email, so you can actually help out. And thanks to everybody for helping out. It's much appreciated. So let's continue down the chat. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Happy New Year. Rob's Radio Channel, nice to have you here. Chug Schreiber, nice to have you on board. And 5KVO from South Texas. John says, looks good. Thank you. I hope it does look good. Etienne, nice to have you on board from the Netherlands. Terrence, nice to have you here. Says, got a new computer as well. An HP with 32-inch all-in-one. Cool. It's always fun to have new computers and playing around with that. Keegan DXer, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. 46 Fahrenheit, cloudy. Happy New Year. Watching on the iPhone. At the hospital. Had surgery on my left knee. Hope everything's going great. Hope that you will recover fast and come back home. Nice to have you here, Keegan. Darren Rogers, nice to have you on board from Long Island, New York. 57 Steve DX1. Nice to have you here from Southeast Georgia. Happy New Year. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from cold and windy New Jersey. KC2TEL. Let me go down. John Vargas is from West Palm Beach. Richard says, looks like mango nectar. Yeah, it does have the color, that color of mango. Absolutely. Pete, nice to have you here. He's sipping red wine here. Cool. Terrence missed the shows past couple of months. Well, welcome back. It's always nice to have you here. Yes, you must get your radios, Rob. Radio channel. WF7i Homebrew. I just finished most of your live stream from last week. You mentioned some touching moments of your sister's last days. Wanted to pass along that my mother passed away in July, and the last time I saw her was in Montreal during a vacation trip I shared with her. Wow. It's always something we always think about. Yeah, at least you had some good moments. Glenn Danzler, nice to have you here from South Carolina. Brian Penny, Happy New Year, nice to have you here. And of course, Paul the Cat is in the bedroom sleeping right now. We had a little trip to the vet, a few little things done. Bruce says that was in May. I knew she had a good time in Montreal and always have a special place for me because of that. Yeah, of course, because I mean it's the last place you went with her. So for you, Montreal will always be attached to your last moments with your mom, which is always going to have that special something. It's like me, we didn't have time to do it and go, but when I hear anything about Egypt and the pyramids, or I see a documentary about Egypt, it always reminds me of my sister because we were planning a trip there, which never happened because she got sick. But you know what? That tells you that you stop waiting for whatever you want to do in life, because waiting means you might actually go to a point where it's too late and you'll never do it. So if you have an idea, if you have something you want to do, don't wait, do it. London 19657, nice to have you on board. Pretty cool to have you here. And Tarek, nice to have you here from Cairo, Egypt. Always nice to have you here. Have Happy New Year too. Marvin Motz, good morning. He enjoys listening to the old missed live streams while building radios in his workshop. VT Radio, Paul, nice to have you here from Vermont, AA1SU. Pretty cool. eFog3, nice to have you on board from upstate New York. And Rob's Radio Channel, you could have had faulty crystal and the single sideband. No, it's the single sideband on the Shortwave radio is done with a firmware algorithm, and they can't figure out how to program it properly. So there are things that have changed, but it's still not okay. Thank you all for the 50,000 subscriber mark. For those that weren't here earlier, didn't mention that we finally crossed 50,000 subscribers on the channel, which is pretty cool. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Art Dodd, nice to have you here from K2ADC. Thanks all for the 50K subscribing. Penny C, nice to have you on board. Happy New Year to you too. And what do we have? London says we all need more radios. I agree totally with that. So it's definitely something that needs to be done, having more radios. It could be a New Year's resolution. Buy more radios. John, by the way, Shongyong is going to have an interesting radio. And it could prove to be very, very interesting. One of the radios that they want to actually, that I'll be getting one of them before they launch. So some of you know that this AAW, which is an internet-only radio, apparently they're going to have something like this, but they will have a shortwave radio in it too, and that it will be based with a design similar to the Codesen DX286, and they say that the performance will be equivalent to the Codesen DX286, which means what they will release is something that seems that it's going to be as good as the Codesen with a smart radio or internet radio side to it. So this is going to be an interesting product. And so in an email this week, they said that as soon as it's ready, just before they launch, they will be sending me one of them. So this is pretty cool. And it is going to be interesting to see if the promise of performance like the Quotus NDX286 is there. Oh boy, that could be another very interesting radio for a lot of people, having both great performance on shortwave and both and on FM. I'm guessing FM is going to be amazing. And of course, smart radio capability with it for those that, when you move from one to the other. It's going to be kind of really, really cool, I think. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. Okay. Terrence, I recently bought an MLE30 Plus and been trying it out on medium wave late at night. Excellent active loop. Yeah, it's not the best of the antennas for medium wave, but it's definitely very good. It's definitely very good. It's definitely very good. So, what else do we have? For those mentioning, because I was looking at, there's a counter here at the bottom. I saw that YouTube is telling me that there are some dropped frames, that there was a wave of dropped frames and the stream moved away from excellent to good. Now it's back at excellent and there's no more dropped frames. But if I don't know, it's for me it's impossible to know if it's streaming with this PC, this new PC, or if it's if it's YouTube, because sometimes it could be YouTube. So we'll be going out today and leaving it like that. But if we'll see next week, if it does that every week, then we'll be checking out what else. I might be, one of the things I might be doing when I do live streams, I might actually plug in the Ethernet cable so that the connection is as solid as possible. New PC is a new PC, and there are things sometimes that you can see that are different. It could be the Wi-Fi card of the PC itself that has connection issues. It could be all sorts of things, so we'll see if what happens, but we'll keep an eye on that. It's certainly not the CPU. CPU usage is not even 10%. It's like it shows you that this PC can handle it, but it could be YouTube also. Sometimes YouTube has issues, and that is possible. Okay, let's go back up and try to catch up with all of this. Where I was, I'm just gonna put the text a little bigger because I've got my old eyes, So, here we go. Where was I? I was right here. Here we go. Okay, PB Wizard, 2007. Hope to have my ham radio license by late spring. Starting January 15th, I'll be taking a 15-week course online to get my license. Cool, cool. I have to, when I have a little more time, when things get a little more relaxed, I want to maybe get my ham course to get my more advanced license here in Canada. I think that could be a lot of fun. One thing I'd like to set up is a 10-meter beacon, like, a couple of watts, and have a little 10-meter beacon going on. You guys could, try to DX my location with that. It could be a lot of fun. What else do we have? X Ghost, nice to have you here. Bob Cantor, nice to have you on board from Long Island. And thank you for the congrats on 50,000 subscribers. This is cool. Bert WF7I says, I already sent email to Voice of Turkey. We need to encourage these remaining. Absolutely. I will be sending one tonight, letting them know that I'm sad that if they would go, would be you know. Max Edstrong, nice to have you on board. PB Wizard says, his wife gave him a Yaesu FT65 for Christmas. Oh, it's a cool little transceiver. I got one here, and it's definitely a cool little transceiver. You have a great little device, and the reception on it is amazing, really amazing. Bert WF7I says, wife and I got our first case of COVID in early December. Sense of taste was hit. Still not 100% now. Lots of fatigue or weeks after. My last COVID was the hardest one that I had of all of I was weak and I was sleepy for at least a month and a half after the symptoms were gone. I'm lucky. I've had it 3 times now, and I've not had any, taste or sense of smell gone. I'm crossing my fingers. Sarah Westerdale, nice to have you here from Portland, Oregon. Nice to have you here, Sarah. We have Joel Baker. Nice to have you here from Arizona. We have Rob says Ireland is expecting snow. Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, New York. Jeff N4ZHM, nice to have you here. We have Torben Iverson, minus 12 Celsius here in Norway, 30 centimeters of snow, 50 centimeters more to come in the next 24 hours, included the storm is on its way. So it will be hard days beginning this week. Blogger Eye has a bit of snow here in Virginia. So next week, 4 Fahrenheit predicted. Nickel Phillips, nice to have you on board. G6PGV, nice to have you here, Nickel, and from Northwest UK. And it's thanks for the 50,000 subscriber time. Chris Way, nice to have you here from Southwest England. Your personality shows, new to Shortwave, lots to learn from Niagara Falls, Canada. Definitely there's a nerding curve there. Jeff N4ZHM from Western North Carolina, 32 Fahrenheit. Bert says, I agree with you with Christmas decorations. The darkness this time of year is depressing. We need the colored lights. I actually have here a few people around here that actually keep their lights outside turned on also with the Christmas lights for weeks. And actually there was a little house down the street where they leave it on until about February, like I do, like early February. And the lady that has the house said, I was talking to her, and she said that she leaves the light on, the Christmas lights on, since her husband passed away about 10 years ago. And she says since then she's been doing that because she finds that the lights and the colors are keeping her cheerful. And so I actually told her, I said, well, you're not alone, because I keep my Christmas tree until early February, and I like the Christmas lights and the colored lights. For me, it's not just Christmas, it's like a winter fest, basically. So she was happy. She was like, well, I'm glad I'm not alone, because, people are often like, judging you and saying, well, why are you, keeping your lights up and blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's try to go down as fast as possible to join a little bit bottom. Penny C loves the Christmas lights. Blogger Dive visited Nordkapp in Norway, and it was very cold. 54 Cal, nice to have you here. Jesse Mazzo, nice to have you on board. Pretty cool here. 54 Cal is in Northwest Pennsylvania, WA3153 SWL. Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here. Says February 2nd is midway between winter solstice and vernal equinox. So by that point, the nights aren't really long anymore. Then the days really start getting long very quickly. Yep. It always shows, I mean, I was looking at today at what time the sun sets. And the sun sets here now about a little more than 15 minutes later than December 21st. Matt says, I already put my tree out, but we get real trees. And no, with real trees you can't. You can't keep them. It's impossible. I've had real trees in the past. The fun thing about a real tree is the smell of the tree itself, because it gives a good smell into the house. But at some point, since I don't have a car, getting a real tree is kind of a little, there used to be a place not too far where I could get a tree and drag it all the way here, but now the closest place is like, yeah, no, I'm done with real trees, even though they're nice. And since then I've had a artificial tree, but that's what I like about the fact that they're fake. You can keep them or more than a month. But I always joke, because I bought my Christmas tree on Amazon, and I always make a big joke about it, because I always tell everybody I got a tree on Amazon, and when I take it down every year, I have as many tree I don't know if you call them so anyways, it's like bringing out a real tree. It's like half of your house is full of pine, little pine leaves or whatever you call them. So it's like it's just a joke for me, because it's like, well, even my artificial tree does the same thing. It sheds a lot. Oh man. David's radio room, we usually keep our tree until February, but it is usually due to lack of energy. What else do we have? Nice to have you on board, Matt. What else do we have? Yep, 50,000 subscribers. Thanks, Matt. Pete, Angela, could you please help me decide whether I should get the PL990 H501X or portable SDR like the Mahai DSP2 for shortwave listening? Well, they're very different beasts, and I think the decision will be mostly taken on if you want to have SDR with a portable, waterfall and touchscreen, rather than a traditional radio, is really what's going to make the difference of what you're going to buy, honestly. Because if you get a Malahide that works well, you might find that more fun than a traditional radio. It really depends what you want. Do you just sit down and think, do I want a portable SDR or do I want a standard radio? And if you say, well, the SDR is what really kind of is something I want to have, because you will have in the end a little radio that shows you a waterfall with what you could see and what the signals are. That is going to really decide for you which radio you want between both. Happy New Year, KWN61, 77 Fahrenheit, Tucson, Arizona. Matt says I should write to Voice of Turkey, but it's been ages since I've gotten them dependently here. They never switched back to 9515 at 03 for summer broadcasts, which makes no sense. Keegan said I had a rough cold, cold since last Friday. Tested negative for COVID over that weekend. So yeah, it could be a simple cold or the flu. There's the flu also at this time of year. So Max Armstrong, you can't have too many radios. Yeah, absolutely. Pete, I have had the first generation Malahide SDR in the past, which unfortunately got bricked due to a firmware update gone wrong. Yeah, that's the other thing, that if you want to keep it up to date, it could happen. Max Headstrong says, anyone have an opinion of Ratty 119? All joking aside, I quit buying radios, but the Ratty 119 looks like fun. So if anybody knows anything, I reached out to Ratty for to see if they would actually send me radios, and at first they came back with a very positive, oh yeah, we would be interested in sending you radios to test out, and they asked me for my channel, the link to my channel, and after that they never came back. So I guess they might be scared that I'm too honest and they didn't want to take the risk. So I would guess that would be the thing. Pete says, I like the waterfall feature, but it definitely had its flaws and bugs. I've seen your review on the text and I am tempted to get the 990. Which would you recommend? The 990 is great. And if you even want to save a little money and maybe go with an SDR at some point, you can even buy the 880, which is also good. You know, it's older, but it's good. But the 990 is great. James Farley, how much was the mini PC? It was there was a $110 coupon that was added for Boxing Day, so it came up to, in Canadian dollars, $549, $539, something like that. So it's in U.S. funds it would be below 500, and it is a surprising little box. I got to tell you, I might be buying one a little more expensive in the next months, but for now, it's this was in my price range, and it really definitely is good. Ricky, nice to have you on board. Happy New Year, bonne année, greetings. Minus 13 in Calgary today. So we're pretty close, minus 10.5 right now here. So it's not too bad. Let's just put this here. I put 15476 for LR836, but I don't think they're on. Just curiosity. KW61 says, I need to get in and good with Pizza Hut. There used to be a Pizza Hut right like 10 minutes from here, and when I went there, I used to like, one thing about Pizza Hut was at noon you could have the pizza buffet. And I kind of like that because they had, like, you know, all their different types of pizzas that you could try, and with the salad bar and everything. So, and it wasn't too expensive, so it was kind of fun. It was like, but that was mostly what I did with Pizza Hut. It was like, you know, the pizza buffet. But when I passed by there maybe a month ago, and it was like, oh, it's closed down. So it's like, okay. Blogger Dice says, my ATX 25 Max decoder has taken off from China today. Cool. Hope you get it soon. Cool. Paul Knight, she got a 501X this week in Levitt, KC2NXO. Great little radio. Sean Arash, I heard on German TV that they stopped the upgrades for Windows 10, so if you still use it, beware. Yeah, no, they haven't stopped. The Windows 10 updates are going to be there until October of this year. So Windows 10 end of support is October 14th. And for those that have Windows 10 and want to keep it, well, you got two choices. You've got a $30. Microsoft will offer 1-year extension security update for $30. Or there's a company called Zero Patch that for about roughly the same price will keep giving updates for security until for probably several years to come. So with Zero Patch, you could actually keep your Windows 10 PC for more than a year. What else do we have? So what else is there? It could be YouTube. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm looking at the stream here. The quality of the stream is remaining very. It's telling me excellent all the time. So I wonder if it's the. I wonder if it's not YouTube having some issues. We'll see next week, for sure. What else do we have? Blogger died. Too cold to think about waterfalls today. Penny C, yeah, well, on the Facebook group. I won't order it while I'm doing the live show, but if you're on the Facebook group, I'll post a picture of the pizza. No, waterfalls are great. What else do we have? Thank you, David's Radio Room. Much appreciated. Keep Wave DX. Greetings from the Catskill Mountains in New York. Nice to have you here, Rich. KB7RQQ. Nice to have you here from Washington State. Nice to have you here, Todd. What else? The Malahide radios are different because they're real pure SDRs. They are much more advanced, I believe, from the ATS-25. Because I know that some of them seem to have a waterfall, but I think the Malahide is like more advanced in some of the features, including noise reduction. But they're not at the same price point either. So I got the original Chinese one, which I had to really play around with. That's why there's this cable on it now. But I couldn't give it really high grades because of all the problems I got on it. But with the fact that I was able to play around with them and fix it in this way, which is kind of nice because it's giving me actually much more battery life anyways. It's fun to play with, like I can say that. And the audio quality on it, if you look at the back here, the speakers, the way they actually put it, the audio on this thing is just crazy amazing. And I have to say the noise reduction is also very amazing. And that's an original Chinese kind of clone of the Malahide at the time. So that's pretty crazy. Charles, big update. Upgrade to the SC90 software coming January 6th. So that's going to be interesting to check out. Unfortunately, still some bugs in the firmware for single sideband, but RDS, great and amazing functionality. Oh, and by the way, they will have like Texan radios in the future firmware calibration feature. They said that they will add the single sideband calibration so that you can have precise frequency when tuning SSB. That is also something that's going to be really cool. So Rob's Radio Channel, all new shortwave radios, so all computer programmed, not like the old vintage radios. Oh yeah, it's not the same thing. Back in the day, it was you fiddle with the circuit. Today you got to fiddle with the firmware. So anyways, we'll be checking that out. We'll see if for the freeze and all, if it continues next week. Let's go down. Trying to because I see there's drop frames here. Although the stream says it's excellent. So are the drop frames coming from the operations of the new PC, or so this is something that we'll be checking it out. Okay, what else? What else do we have? David Radio Room says, I got the DX286. I love it, but now something newer comes along. Yeah, that's technology for you. It's like PCs, when people are like, well, I've got, I don't know if I want to buy a new PC right now, because if I buy a new PC right now, there might be another new PC coming out, and so on. So it's like, yeah, well, it's the same for radios. You got this new version, and then there's a newer version, and then there's that new other one that has that new thing, and it's pretty interesting. But it is exciting times when you think about it, because we're in 2025, and all of these, new radios coming out. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Joseph, nice to have you on board from San Francisco Bay Area. Tuning the bands as always. Looking forward to hearing what's out there. Joel Baker, why does my DX286 not seem to benefit from a 25-foot wire on shortwave? It just adds noise. If it adds noise, it's because where you put the wire, then it's too noisy. This is the problem with wire antennas. They might be picking up much more noise than anything else. So it's not the radio. The radio itself is not a problem. Is because when you put that wire out, where you put it, there's a lot of noise, and it's driving all that noise to the radio. So try to put it, if you can put it in some other location or something, but you might be picking up the neighbor's noise too on a wire, and that's the biggest problem. So that's why you're adding noise, because it's the same here. My wire antenna in the low frequency, which is on my Yaesu here, just adds noise more than anything else to the receive. It's okay above a certain frequency level, but below 10 megahertz, it's just adding noise. So that's why you might look into something like we talk a lot about the MLA30 magnetic loop. That is an antenna that sometimes could be very good, because it will not get necessarily all of that man-made noise in design, because it's a magnetic loop. Richard Weiner, WWV 25 megahertz, coming in strong in Northeast Illinois. Let's check it out here. Do we got 25? Let's go here. Yep, we're getting it here. It's some kind of announcement, and then we should get the so WWV 25,000 kilohertz coming in well here. If you guys want to try it. Yeah, Black or Die. Well, I think the problem isn't that the radio itself. I think that our friend here, Joel, might have too much noise, and the antenna only brings noise rather than bringing signals. Max Stanstrong says DSP2 looking amazing. F. Ligo, nice to have you on board from Alsace. Happy New Year. Nice to have you here. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. We have Bert. What are your thoughts on the Malahide DSP2 or the upcoming rumored DSP3? Seems like rave reviews on DSP2. I see Amazon is selling various versions of this radio. From what I hear, they look interesting. But I can't really talk too much about it, because It's, you know, and I've not tested them myself. If they can handle well, because the first one had one of the biggest problems, which was a flaw that made it Oh, you see the stream is going bad right now. Let me check that out here. Let me check that out. Why is the stream going so bad? So you see it's picking up, so the stream's going up and down. You know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna try something. 2 seconds. Okay, guys, I'm going to try something here, an experiment. Because I just saw the stream go really bad, so you must be having some buffering. It went into the red, which was like the stream was not good. I just plugged in the Ethernet cable rather than Wi-Fi. And we're going to examine if that changes the quality. And that will give me an indication if it maybe is the Wi-Fi connection rather than being YouTube. I'm going to keep an eye on that. So, okay, let's continue. What else do we have? Yeah, the Ethernet is supporting a gigabyte connection. Even the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is AX. It's actually when I tested it, it gave me 700 kilobits per second, which was not bad at all. So, anyways, I just plugged in the Ethernet cable, which should actually be. Yeah, it's telling me it's connected. Let me just check it out. Network. I just want to see what it tells me. Here we go. Yeah, 1000. So I'm 1000 megabits per second connected, which means I should be getting my full gigabit Ethernet right now, because I'm using gigabit internet. So we're going to see what happens with that. If the frames stop dropping, and the quality of the stream stops going bad, I'll know that if when I stream, it's better to stream with an Ethernet cable plugged in, which I have no problem anyways. I'm in the same room as my router, so I don't care if I have to plug it in. It's fine with me. Anyways, it's going to give me the full speed of my internet, which is not a bad idea anyways. So we'll see what happens with that. You see, since I plugged it on the Ethernet, my output is at 9,000 kilobits per second, rock solid, where it would drop lower sometimes. So anyways, we'll see what happens in the next hours of the stream. But maybe that's the solution, plugging in the Ethernet cable. And we'll see next week. And we'll see if it's, because it does happen that sometimes it could be YouTube also. Okay, let's check it out here. Joseph, yeah, the letter case that comes with the PL680 is kind of cool. I have it here probably somewhere. I never put it back in. I should when I don't use it to, kind of prevent the dust from going in. 32 bits. Nice to have you on board. Happy New Year. And getting some ladder line twin feeder, make a J-pole 10 meters. Cool. VT radio, my 10-meter beacon pounding away on 28243. Reception reports are welcome. Paul says AA1SU. What else do we have? Max said strong. I think the long nights are cozy. Oh, I like long nights personally. John Crawford, congrats on the 50K. Very much deserved. Thank you so much. John MI7 SHB in Northern Ireland. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. SWL Signals 23. Nice to have you here from Florida. Max said strong. Says too many sunny days in a row depressed me. I could never live in American Southwest. Constant beating of the sun. I liked, I mean, sunny days are great, but I have noticed one thing: when there's a very long sequence of sunny days, I have noticed that when there's a rainy day and mixed in, it kind of relaxes you. It's as if, yep, stream is bad again. So it's not the Wi-Fi. We know that, because now I'm connected to Ethernet. We'll be checking that out. It could be YouTube, and if it's not, we'll try to find a solution on why it's dropping frames like that. Could be a setting. We'll be checking it out. Okay, Different Gear TV just received a new catch on 6095 singing music. 6095. 6095. At what time? Right, it was. Let me just check what time you posted this. So 3:47, which is 2047. 6095 at this time. At something at 20. 16. There's nothing there except there's Finland, Radio Ambiance. So could you be receiving a Finnish station? From Finland, Radio Ambiance and Finnish. It's 24 hours. It's 24 hours. And it's the only thing listed on 6095 at this time. London 19657, thank you so much for your tip. Much appreciated. And he's got 17 indoor cats. Pretty cool. KWM61, I belong to the Procrastinators Club and have yet to put up my Christmas lights. Torben Iverson, coldest I've ever seen here in Norway is minus 51 degrees Celsius. It was in the mountains up north. Hope I never experienced that again. It was freezing even with a ton of clothes on. The coldest here in Canada is somewhere in the minus 50s also, up north. Here in Montreal, I think the coldest we've ever reached was something like minus 38, minus 39. Long time ago. It's around close to minus 40. But it's a long time ago. It's like in the 50s or 60s or something. The one moment I remember of the coldest I've seen in Montreal, and I remember because it was Christmas Eve of 1980. And my father had purchased a new car, and he had it only for a week. And we were at a Christmas party and at some uncle's place, and it went down to minus 35 that night, minus 35 Celsius. And my dad was really mad because his brand new car, which was a Ford, I don't know what model, but it was a Ford, would not start. And my uncle was laughing his head off at my dad, and my dad doesn't like to be laughed at. So it created a very tense moment. But my uncle was laughing at the fact that the brand new car of my dad was not starting. And I remember that night went down to minus 35. It was really cold. Really cold. We had a few. There's a few times I remember that. I remember being with my nephews and nieces on my sister's side, and there was a party at my brother's, but me and my nephews and nieces were always very close. And so we thought, while they do their party, how about we do our party? So they came to my place. I said, let's go to my place. That my place from my brother was 20 minutes walking distance. That day was minus 26, and it was very windy, so the wind chill was like crazy. And I still remember we all got to my place. We sat down and we all said the same thing. My ears are frozen. Yeah, here in Canada, in the up north, we had minus 50s, minus 50s, if not close to minus 60 at some point, a few times. It's something that happens several times. F Lego rediscovered the DX these last weeks with a small XH Data D328. So after stopping for more than 20 years, cool. Cool, welcome back to the hobby. Swatcats left SDR because it resembles a spectrum analyzer. Craig Martinetti, Happy New Year, nice to have you here. John Beckham, Spain is still on the air, yes, on 9690 kilohertz for North America. And with their English broadcasts on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Base 650, nice to have you on board. RJ Dakota, actually happy to hear Christmas tree in the living room no longer has to be lit. It generates too much RFI. Static is too much. Yeah, it depends on the lights you put in it. I try to put, you know, incandescent bulbs like these here. Whoops, these here are incandescent bulbs because they emit zero. But I do have in the patio door, I've got a 100 light set that's from the 80s. It has this little control box, and when you press the button, it has different patterns. And I always joke to my friends that don't know about how interference goes into our radios. I said, when I turn it on, I said, I can tell you what pattern you chose by the type of noise I get on my radio. F Ligo, so that where I order my pizza, which is a delicatessen type restaurant that's been there for ages, a 12-inch, what we call a small pizza here in Montreal. 12-inch is about $20, something like that. And sometimes I order to have leftovers in the next day. I'll order a 14-inch. Will come to about, I don't know, $27-28 plus tax, because we have the taxes on that too. Pete, thanks very much for the advice. Think I'll go with the 990. Really like it and don't think I can go wrong with it. What type of adapter do I need to fit the MLA30 and the antenna jack? You need a SMA, well, like Ricky said, SMA male to 3.5 millimeter mono. If you get a stereo, it works too. I got stereo here. It still works, but you know, you can get a mono for it. Blogger I have two Windows 10 computers, neither of which can run Windows 11. So you can go with zero patch or something like that, and you'll be able to continue using your Windows 10 for quite a while. Michael, nice to have you on board. Nice to have you on board. Let me just try to find where I was. Okay, going down. Going down. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you on board. Andy New, nice to have you here. Happy 2025. I've sustained eye injury, so I can't stay long. Hope it's not too bad. Take care of yourself. London 19657. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It might be fuzzy at times, because I see that the stream goes down to rather bad, to a rather bad quality, and then goes back up. So I'm not surprised. I'll see. We'll see. Actually, we'll have a better idea next week. If next week it still does that, because sometimes YouTube, it could be a YouTube problem. But if next week it does that, then I'll know that maybe I have to tweak the mini PC and see what I can do to make the output better. Or it could be my cabled internet. Maybe I should have restarted the router before, the modem before. Could be my cabled internet too. Who thinks there's too much technology in today's cars? Yeah, they're computers on wheels. It's as simple as that. Cars today, they're computers on wheels. Radio Kid, nice to have you on board. Yeah, yard sales and stuff like that, absolutely. RJ Dakota, there was a time when any car going down the street could be heard on my radio from the spark plugs. Yep, I remember that. I remember that time when you would have one going down the street and it's like you would hear it on the radio. It was like funny. Absolutely. UTV and Ham, KD9 WNV. Nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Ricky, I used to be able to adjust a car radio without looking, but all the touch screens, it's impossible to operate without diverting my attention. Yeah. Actually, it's dangerous. Every time last time I rented a car, there was so much screen that it's like, isn't this like way too problematic? Yeah, let's see if I can fix that. I'm just gonna move this a second here and see if I can change the glare place on the screen itself. And is that better? Yeah, it's on the S meter now. I think that will be good. Here we go. Now we've got a I can move the camera too. Let me check that. I got a wheelchair in front of me, so, and it's not for me. Here, maybe this could be kind of a better location here. This is good. Now you guys should see the frequency. And the microphone is here, like this. Joseph, 25,000 S9 here in San Francisco. Pretty cool. Happy New Year, Craig Martinetti. Ricky, super noisy here as per usual, but on 20,000 kilohertz is booming into the QTH in Calgary. Keegan DXer, remember once hearing the car belt reminder open door chime on my medium wave frequency on the car radio on my dad's 1991 Chevrolet Corsica. Jerry Hart, WWV 25 coming in strong in Western New York. What else do we have? Land and Sea Living. Nice to have you here from Prince Edward Island. John Bacon has no buffering. Okay. I could see here. But you know what? Since I plugged in my Ethernet cable, my drop frames rate has gone down. So I don't know if it's just a coincidence. But we'll see. Oh yeah, Ethernet is always the way to go. Actually, most streamers, when they want high quality video, will always be plugged in via Ethernet rather than use Wi-Fi. Mike B, I'm new to medium wave DXing. I'm using an XH Data D109WB. Just got an XH Data AN80 and a Texan AN200. I got the radio on sale for $35 American, so I have pretty cool beginner set for about $100. Cool, and have fun. The important thing is to have fun with whatever you have. You know, I got a an email a few weeks back of somebody saying that, you know, he can't afford to have an expensive radio, and so he's got I don't remember which model he has, but it's you know, a model that I've reviewed that is okay. It does what it does decently well. And he was like, you know, am I missing out a lot on not having a big gun receiver? And I'm like, not really. Most radios today, even the inexpensive ones, are so amazingly good that you just, you know, it's fine. And you know, learn to be happy with what you have. I think that's the most important thing, because there's way too much nut jobs out there that are gonna poo-poo you or are gonna belittle you because you don't have a big gun radio. And it's like, nope, you know what? You just be happy with what you have. You know, I'll be very, very blunt. And when I say that, you know, all those hams that say they're experts and all those people that just buy these $1,000 receivers are all appalled at what I say when I say it. But I'm always like, the Yaesu FTDX10 is an amazing radio. The bells and whistles that it has to help get signals is great. But honestly, am I getting $2,000 performance compared to a $150 or $200 Texan? That $200 Texan gives me much more for the money than my Yaesu FTX10 is giving me for that $2,000 price tag. And that is for every radio. They're great. There's all sorts of bells and whistles, and yeah, the touchscreen and the fact that I can display on the monitor. You know, there's a reason for the $2,000 price tag. It's all the extras. But when you get to it, am I getting $2,000 and staying just performance of radio? Am I getting $2,000 worth of performance? I think I'm getting more bang per dollar in a lot of the portables than I am getting in such a, you know, radio. But then again, it's a transceiver. You got to take into account that it is a, you know, there's a transmitter part of it. The better compare would be my ICOM here. Am I getting, you know, because this also cost me like $1,800 back in the day. Am I getting $1,800 performance out of the ICOM ICRD 500? No. It's not something that is extraordinary. It's a cool looking radio. It has the VHF, UHF range, which is great. But, you know, when you put perspective into the play, and every time I say that, I get, you know, bombarded. People saying, well, you know, because you don't know how to use it. No, I know how to use it. But the fact that I got dozens and dozens of radios tells me and helps me understand the performance level compared to the price that I paid for it. And it's so freaking surprising. That's all I'm going to say with that. RGA Dakota, if someone is watching TV through the projector in the basement, sometimes I can hear the audio of it on some empty frequencies, particularly between 16 and 18 megahertz. Yeah, probably one of the oscillators in the projector. Different gear TV. It wasn't buffering as such, but there was a lag ever so often. I suspect you're right. It's the Wi-Fi. Flego was lucky at my home main antenna. I was made electric wires, about 8-9 megahertz. Just jumped from reception 1.5 to 4. Yeah, noise too, but catch, for instance, Evangelist Radio on 9330 in the US. Bob's All Records, stream is fine. Terrence, no buffering. Mike B says your videos and reviews along with your perspectives and experience are very helpful. Cool. Lego, the importance is that whatever you put out as a wire and antenna, if it works great, just leave it as is. It's the way it is. You know, there's by the way, guys, I just want to mention, right now, I am 18, 19 minutes behind the chat. So don't worry. I am coming down slowly, getting closer. Let me check something. Just want to look quickly here at if I'm getting any emails. Sometimes people write me emails and I don't look at my emails and I get a little sad because it's like, well, oh, okay, I've missed out on some of the comments. Or okay, no, seems okay. Apparently I'm live according to YouTube. Okay. What else do we have? John Beckham says, I can remember when I got some TV skip, whereas I was picking up Midland, Odessa, Texas, here in Northeast Florida. Yeah, Blackguard Eye, Codasend DX286 better on WWV than the PL990 on the telescopic. I wonder if it could have something to do with that internal amplifier, that extra amp that is on the Codasend. Or it could be you know, one of the things, Blackguard Eye, that maybe I should do is take those radios together and compare them, but not because, you know, the reviews are general. I compare them with what I hear and what I compare them with the signals I get. But when you start comparing each radio, because, you know, radio's electronics differ from the range you are tuning into. Maybe it could be interesting to take, like, you know, the Codasend, a PL990, an H501, an XH Data D808, and instead of doing just general, compare them in a specific frequency range. Well, how do they operate on 10 meters or the CB band only? And that's where we might see differences. An example of differences, the D808, the XH Data D808, on long wave, it works up to about 200-ish kilohertz, and then it's deaf. It's totally deaf. So, you know, when you take it in a specific range, sometimes you could see things. So, you know, maybe you are noticing that, you know, like around that frequency range that you're listening to, the DX286 is better than the PL990 in sensitivity. It's a possibility, absolutely. F Lego waiting for exchange data D on 109 WB on Wednesday on Amazon. Cool. John Beckham, yeah. Codis GX286 is great. Okay, some frames, missing frames. We'll see. It's much lower than it was, though. I could see that the drop frames are actually less right now than they were since I connected the Wi-Fi. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if it could be also my internet connection that's having something today. All of that is possible. No, yeah, but here the this internet connection is rock solid in general. But that said, I do have to restart the modem. I'd say at least once or twice a week, because I noticed that sometimes there's a slowdown. And I know one thing is that when the last time a tech from the company came here, he told me, and I know it's always been like this here, he told me that my signal in my cable here is not great. And he was actually surprised that I could actually get full speed with what he was seeing. So, this made me, the last time I changed speed, went to the gigabit speed, it made me kind of think, because the cable company I have here for internet, I get what's called hybrid, which is the fiber optics are going up to the corner of the street here, and the rest of the street up to here is cable. Where Bell, which is the other company I could go with, the fiber optics are directly in the back here at the house. They have a cable, it has a little tag with a little light on it to say this is fiber optics. So the difference between what I get from the company I am now, which is Videotron, is that when I changed, I was like, yeah, maybe I should have changed company and went to, Bell, and get straight up fiber optic to the house, which probably is way better. So anyways, we'll see. I've always thought to myself, well, I did this now. It's kind of working great. And I mean, we don't know exactly where the problem stands right now. Is it the new mini PC? Is it simply that today YouTube has a issue? Is it... So, I don't know. Because I get these drop frames. I could see it. I see the indicator going red. And then suddenly it comes back up as fast. And I'm like light speed ahead. So, I'm not sure where the problem is anyways right now. Okay. F Lego, yeah, 6095 says 24 hours a day. Absolutely. Oh, I'm stuck 2024, Pete. Old habits. 2024. So my stream says 2024. It's 2025. Dang it. It's like, I completely... I'm going to have to readjust my brain to 2025. Thanks for the comment, because I didn't even notice I put the wrong year. What do we have? Wow, John Beckham, 31 degrees in Northeast Florida last night. That was cold. Cold for the oranges. They keep telling us up here that the orange juice is going to be like super expensive because Florida's oranges weren't growing that well this year. Richard Myers, nice to have you on board from Chile, Chile down south the Daytona, Florida, K04OSA. Or maybe the propagation changed or something. Let's go down. Let's go down. An animal. I was in Winnipeg one night. It was minus 58 Fahrenheit. The next morning was warmed up to minus 40 Fahrenheit. Yeah. 54 call. 6060. 6060. Oh, that's interesting. Nothing's popping up. Yeah, it is popping up. Okay. So, at this time, actually, I don't have you run at all on 6060 listing. Let me check out if I hear anything here. 6.06. I'm not hearing anything. But if there is something right now, 21, it would be... What is there here? It would be... Radio Casanova from the Netherlands. It says Friday to Sunday from Holland and the Netherlands, Radio Casanova. And it's 17 to 23 UT. So that's the only thing that technically is broadcasting right now on 6060 54 cal. Is it playing music or something? 57 Steve, ringing the new year. Eastern Standard Time by listening to WWV, WWVH. Yeah, well, you know, it is. And people are find it funny because, you know, it's like I always tell people, well, it's 0 hours universal time, so it's New Year now. And they're like, no, it's not. Yeah, it is. In radio world, yes. What else do we have? John Beckham, I listened to all of these people. They said they had to walk to school in the snow as children. That could be rough indeed. Like it's, that was here. That's the way it was. When I was in 8 or 9 or 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, I'd walk. School was, walking distance, 25, 30 minutes away. I'd walk in the snow and the cold. It's funny because in the 70s and the 70s, I was, let me just try to find where I was here so that I can, okay, here we go. So in the 70s, when I was in primary school, I'd walk, and it's funny because we were talking about that. I went to a friend's house that she's a teacher, and we were talking about funny things that we didn't do back then. I said, this year when there was the eclipse, the solar eclipse, there was a solar eclipse when I was young and I was in primary school. They did not stop school because of that. Yet this year, it could be dangerous. Kids could be looking at the sun. It's like, what? You're stopping school for an eclipse? What the hell? And we were talking about that. It was like, oh, well, if it's raining too much, if it's too cold, if there's, back in my day, if the storm need to be, back in the 70s, the storm needed to be real freaking hard for school to say, well, there's no school today. Today, it's like, oh, there's, a snowstorm coming. Let's just close the school in case. It's like, what's that? We would not do that back in the day. It was just so funny when we talk about it because it was like, No, that's so weird. It's like people today just like, what? What are you going crazy for? We had so much worse. They closed the schools last time and for a cold spell a couple of years back when it was like minus 22, 3. And I was like, I went to school in a freaking minus 30, if not colder, at 8 in the morning. And nobody said there's no school today. So it's like, I find it funny today. It's like, yeah. And then again, yeah, okay. I don't know. John Beckham, you know. What else do we have? F Lego says sometimes we can have minus 7, 8 during the day, but it is rare, maybe 2 or 3 years, each 2 or 3 years near Switzerland. Well, here F Lego, just to tell you, it's minus 11 right now. And is there something, if you don't believe me, I can show you here. I don't know if you'll see the temperature on the screen here, but this is a screen, and look at that, minus 11 on the left side of that screen. And it's supposed to be minus 16 tonight, and about minus 10 tomorrow. And for us here in Montreal, Canada, it's typical, ordinary, you know. What else do we have? 8992 USB is alive, says Richard Wagner. CLMSF25, nice to have you here. Bert, I missed out on the live stream last week, but on the topic of emergency radio, I'd love to see AM, FM, and weather incorporated into our cell phones. I mean, our radios already. You know, the worst part is that I was looking at the specs. For example, in my case, this is a Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra. You know that this phone has an FM radio in it, but that there's no apps to actually activate it, and you need to have your headphones plugged into the USB jack. You need to have some headphones here, because that's where the antenna will work with the headphones. And why is it that mandatory that your smartphone, and most Android smartphones, by the way, have an FM chip, and yet none of them has FM capability for the most part? I mean, why not? In an emergency, when that cell phone doesn't work, at least it works as a radio. Why not? CLMSF25. My call sign carrier DC long wave, medium wave, shortwave, FM 2025. John Meckham, is a USB-A socket used for playback of audio? Well, of digital audio. So it's like it will be, if you have there will be devices connected to that with, you know, like if they have an audio card. An example, my Yaesu here, the USB A-B, because it's an A-B, sockets connect to the audio card that is inside the Yaesu. So you have audio playback on a computer, for example. F Lego. Heard very well Canada a few days ago. Did not note radio name because it was long talk, but it was not the RCI in my opinion. No, Radio Canada International is gone. Blogger died. There's a guy on YouTube who makes videos of him sleeping in his car at 40 below. Okay. I guess there's videos for everybody out there. I'm longer than my car plays chess. Oh, God. Max Testron, my last car wanted alimony. Oh, please don't start that again, Different Gear TV. Oh, absolutely, John Beckham. But I see the drop frames are going lower and lower and lower, so I suspect it might be Wi-Fi, because since the Ethernet cable is plugged in, things seems to be better. Jean Arash, screens in cars can be a huge distraction. I wonder how people like bus taxi drivers and even cops manage to drive safely. Yep. VT Radio, WWV25 is strong in Vermont. F-Lego, where region of Canada? Montreal, Quebec, Canada. F-Lego. Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Hey, I like this. I hate when it happens. Now it's all, let me do this. Copy. I'll do this. My browser crashed with the chat. This Google Chrome is such a horrible, horrible, crappy browser. Here we go. Hopefully better. So 177 people watching. That's pretty good. Nice to have all of you here, wherever you are. Even if you're quiet in your little room and you don't want to interact, that is actually fine, you know, because that's the way it is. But it's pretty cool to see everybody here. So let's just try to Dave Vosh, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And it's, if I miss out on anything, please guys say hello. Again, I think I'm going to be missing maybe a little bit of chat since I had to restart the Chrome browser. KW61, every time I wanted money for candy, I had to listen to my dad's tale of walking uphill in snow in both ways. David Exter, fais attention à toi. Toujours un plaisir. Nice to have you here. Bonani. Matt says, I walked through a lot of snow. My high school was further away, so it was bused then, or drove or rode with friends when possible. Jim Gordon, I have a PL660. My example is noisy and poor on AM. My PL880 is just right and favorite of mine. I particularly like its audio. Jean Arash, today they'll stop school if it's too hot. Yeah, I guess. Teachers Union way of getting out of teaching. Yeah, I know. I mean, I remember big snowstorms. I was always like really sad because I'm the kind of kid that was, school was okay. You know, I didn't have any problem with school. But if you gave me a day off, I was the freakinest happy guy in the world. So every time there was a big snowstorm, and some of them were really huge, it was like, is the school closed? Is the school closed? No, it's not. Oh, crap. I have to walk through that shit to go to school today. Darn. But I will admit, I had a pretty cool mom on that. So I was like sometimes looking outside and I was like, they have to go to school. And sometimes my mom would say, nah, it's all right, stay home. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. WF Semi Homebrew. Here in Virginia, they will close everything for a few flakes of snow. Hi, J Dakota. I went to school when there was an eclipse. Our science teacher took us outside and even showed us how to view the eclipse. Nice, the science department. Sheila Lessal, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Matt says they don't want the buses or cars to crash. These days, kids are almost exclusively driven to school because people are enrolled at faraway schools routinely, at least here in the U.S. Yeah, I have to admit, Matt, that here recently, schools have changed a lot. You know, when I was young, the schools you'd go to were assigned to you because of where you lived and the distance to the school that, like they were trying to give you the closest school. So, yeah, that definitely made the, going to school an easier thing, although there were still cool school buses. But yeah, today here too, to give you an example, the high school I go to is specialized. It was already specialized back in the day for music. So they would have the local kids, and they would have a certain amount of kids that come from everywhere around the city because they were specialized in music. But now it's even worse because they have all sorts of specialized programs. So I'm suspecting that there's a lot less local kids, a lot more kids from really far because they want to be in a specific program. And yeah, okay, I get it that the fact that these kids are much further away makes it more difficult in times of, snowstorms and so on. The worst part, and now that you talk about it, reminds me of one of my best friends in high school was in music, and he didn't live near where I was because he came from much further away. Back in that time, they didn't even have when he would go to high school, it was not a bus, like a school bus. He'd actually take public transit to go from his house to the school. So today it's school buses that do that. So there was a lot of different things back then, I can tell you. So, there are changes. You're right about that. There are a lot of changes that, yeah, okay. Yeah. Why the cyan light? Because it's cool. It's a different color. Actually, there's red lights. You don't see them much here because of the powerful lighting that I have. But like here's like a red light. There's another one here in the back, but we don't see them much. They're not strong enough to overpower the glow. But and it can change. I can put this any color I want. Sometimes it's red, sometimes it's purple, sometimes it's blue. Depends on the day and the stream. It's just to add ambiance to the stream. Kind of makes it more beautiful to look at. Lagerda is getting emergency phone calls from the county for a severe weather alert. In Virginia. Matt, minus 11, plus 12 Fahrenheit. Minus 11.5 now. TBD Ostrowski, nice to have you here. Minus 11 and snow. And lots of snow in southeast Alberta. Nice to have you on board. Yes, I say it all the time. We talked about it a few times. I remember as a teenager when I was home from school in a snowstorm and tuning around my shortwave radio. And boy, was it exotic. I remember listening to Africa #1 in Gabon in French, watching the snowfall outside as the snowstorm was hitting, and it was being like, this is kind of uh, exotic and weird, you know. So Blogger Guy thinks he's got 7 weather radios. Not too bad. Not too bad. Oh, there probably is. I've checked. I haven't searched for that too much, Joseph. But I've did check a little bit just to see what if there was a way for me to get that radio going. Because there used to be in the Google Play Store an app that would turn on the FM radios of Android phones. And they would tell you the list of phones that were compatible. All you had to do is plug in earbuds with a wire, because the wire was acting as an antenna. But now it's like, whoa. Jean Arash, Motorola. So you got an app on your Motorola for it? Yeah, I can't get any app. There's no apps on my Samsung that would turn it on. Jim Gordon, British DX Club Magazine Communication mentions abuse around 7200 kilohertz by supposed amateurs mouthing obscenities. Oh yeah, everybody knows that. We hear them. I hear them up here regularly. There's these 7200 kilohertz is a big mess of idiot hams going at it. Danny, Shortwave Radio DX, nice to have you on board, my friend. Mad Radio DXer, M7EIW, nice to have you here. We haven't yet made a contact on FT8. We need to do a contact, man. Penny C, you're right, Jill. My old cell phone had FM radio, but my new phone does not. Yeah, but it might have it. It's just not, there's nothing to have it turned on. Dave Vosh says, dusting of snow here last night in Southern Maryland. Yeah, it's pretty much the same here. We have just enough that it's white, and because it's cold, it's keeping the snow even on the asphalt, but it's, we're not, this is not a typical Montreal winter. Usually at this time, we've got 2 foot of snow on the grass. Now it's barely an inch or 2. Catalin Elb, nice to have you from Romania. Swatcuts, nice to have you on board. Blogger Dice says, no, it's got 9 radios now. So that's the way it is. Joe Spring, nice to have you here. David in Barcelona, Spain, ¿Cómo está mi amigo? Feliz Año Nuevo. Hope you have a great year. Blogger I didn't count a Ratty RF75A. And the XH did a E110. By the way, Blogger, those radios you have extra, I don't know. I don't know how far you want to go to the trouble of, having them go, but just advertise them here and say that for shipping costs, you'll send them. I don't know. Because I did think about it. If I had multiple copies of the same radio, what would I do with them? I guess it's a good. I don't know if you found any way of, or any idea. WF7I Omru says, I did some checking on the stuff Jasmine was saying about using Starlink. I have to use the direct to cell feature, which is not yet available on my phone, at least. Keegan DXer, on Monday the 6th, a low of 14 Fahrenheit and a high of 29 Fahrenheit predicted here. That's cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. let me check it out here. What else? What else? Let's just go here. Okay. Ricky says, my last dumb phone was a little Nokia candy bar shape and was very happy to have an FM. Yeah, a lot of these phones had an FM radio on them that you could use. You know, there's a friend of mine that works in a job that is like, you know, he's a kind of a janitor, like cleaning office space, you know, at nighttime. And he's alone and there's nothing else about, you know, just cleaning. So every time he buys a phone, he calls me up and says, do you know of a phone that has an FM radio? Because I want to have an FM radio. And we have to look at, you know, what phone will you buy that actually will give you FM radio capability. WSMRBrew says, in my case, people have trouble keeping their phones charged in emergencies, where AA batteries and a simple AM receiver for easier. Most cars still have AM radios. Yeah. 73 UTV and ham KD9 WNV. And as we are going through this moment, I would like to remind everybody that, you know, costs money to operate this. Costs money for me to be on the stream. I got to buy a new PC from time to time. The other one was about 5 years old. And, you know, this is part of the operations of being live and doing YouTube videos and entertaining everybody. And you got to take care of all that. Not counting all the rest, the internet access that I have to pay for that is much better than the average internet service. And so much more expenses that go with, you know, keeping up this operation. And, of course, buying radios, if I buy radios, and so on. So, remember that helping out does help tremendously. This is my paycheck. This is my work. And so, you know, if money doesn't come in, well, you know, I'll have to do something else. And if you guys like what I do, and I'm here every Saturday with the live shows, do videos every week. So, hey, why not collaborate, give a little something. There's the super chat and the chat room where you can give a little something, a little dollar bill in the bottom of the chat room. And of course, if you don't want me to die of starvation tonight, you know, there's the pizza fund. The pizza fund helps me get nice, good pizza after the live stream ends. And this is really, really cool because you guys have been buying me a pizza every week. So it's really, really cool. So the pizza fund is through PayPal. Of course, if you use a super chat, will be fine. But through PayPal, you can send a pizza fund at the email address that is right here. I want to thank everybody for being amazing people. Don't forget, it's not always the same people to help out with the pizza fund. You know, there's a lot of people watching. There's a lot of people following. We talked about the fact there's 50,000 subscribers on the channel now. You know, any amount helps. It doesn't matter how much you give. You don't have to give, you know, high amounts. A little something, fine. And think about it. Maybe you never donated before and you like what I do. You've been here for years. How about a couple of pennies? A couple of dollars? Much appreciated. Thanks, everybody. You guys, sorry, I almost choked on my saliva. So I want to thank you guys for all of this because you guys are really, really cool. Okay, let's continue here with Tasso V. Good afternoon. Nice to have you on board. Happy New Year. And he's in the chilly New York City. Pretty cool. Danny Shortwave, Google Chrome has turned into crap. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like it's crashing all the time when you use it too long. It's like, you know, I never use it very long, but like now the chat is open in Chrome, and the fact that it's open in Chrome for hours, it crashes all the time. It's really, really become crappy. What else do we have? CLMS 520. My phone, Samsung S21, 5G, and say what I use. I don't know how. Somehow I can tell. Yeah, I believe your S21 has an FM phone on it. It's just that there's no app. There's no app to make it work. Then we have semi homebrew, and for sure, I think all homes can benefit from a weather radio. Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I look at the D221 little portables. I think that would be the best little inexpensive AM/FM. It does have shortwave for some, but if you don't care about shortwave, it has AM/FM and the weather bands. This is what everybody should have in their home. Inexpensive, works on AA batteries, which are found everywhere. I mean, everybody should have one. Absolutely. You know, when last week we had a conversation about, oh well, we don't need, nobody needs, most people don't need any weather band radio because of emergencies on weather and so on. Yes. I don't know of any city, of any region in the world where there wasn't, at least at some point in the decades, in a lifetime, a weather emergency. It happens everywhere. John Bicken, not seeing any problems here today on the live stream. Okay. Since I've plugged in the the Ethernet cable, the drop frames are going down and down and down. So I guess my take on it is Wi-Fi was one of the major issues. So we'll just keep it plugged in. That's all. I don't really care anyways. It's fine. It's only 10 feet away from the router. I don't have any problem keeping it plugged in. It's not a laptop, it's always gonna stay there. Mike B, most people watching I've given a thumbs up. How about the rest of you? How about it? A little thumbs up. Why not? Why not? It's always fun to have all the people here. Okay. Tassov, no snow yet here, but many get a coating to an inch on Monday. Ricky, Chrome is such a memory hog. I actually removed it from most of my devices. Refused to install it on my PC. I cause much confusion whenever I call IT and they ask about what browsers I use. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That is always a good one. KWN61, yeah, okay. What do we have? Can I please slow down for live chat? What do you mean? Can you guys? Oh, you don't have to slow down. It's fine. You don't have to slow down. F Lego, I just threw away a 5-meter electric wire from my window and around 2.5 meters, roughly horizontal along the roof. But I'm the third floor, but no building above. Okay, technically I did walk to school uphill both ways. Mom's house was on one hill and the school was on the other. Matt says, I once had a fever 102 degrees and they just sent me home in the snow. It was half-mile walk and my mom was super pissed. Yeah, I that one I get. I mean, you're sick and you got a high fever and they're like, well, walk in the snow to home. Yeah, that's kind of not really that great. How about calling home and saying, or calling the parents and saying, can somebody come and pick up your kid? I don't think he's feeling well. I had a teacher, okay, just look at that. We have experiences in life. When I was in 6th grade, I was, so a few funny stories about sixth grade. In sixth grade, I was in a class with a teacher that was, she was the most idiotic, um, careless, shitty teacher you can ever have. She was the worst of the worst. And I don't know, I guess she didn't like kids. She wasn't at her place. So, two things were happening in that class. One, I was with one of my best friends that lived in the same street where I lived. Two, I was with a girl that we were super friends, but I didn't know it. But that year, she declared that she was in love with me in sixth grade. So, anyways, we go forward. Every time that I would miss school for something, she had my best friend bring me all the work that I had to do, the homework I had to do at night. She was like, "Oh, you live in the same street and he's your friend. Bring him his homework." And she was always like saying it in a way that, well, he's lazy, doesn't come to school today. So that was the kind of teacher. You could imagine the teacher type. And I told you guys my parents were complicated, and one of the things that my mom suffered was is it agoraphobic? When you can't really go into crowds and places where there's a lot of people. I don't know if it's agoraphobic. Is that a word that rings? Anyway, she had a hard time with that, so she would never, when there was the parents and teacher reunions, my mom never went to those because there was just too many people, and she was incapable of doing it. And my dad was, forget it. Let's not even go there. So it never had any impact. Every year it was like, yeah, my parents are there, and that's it. It's okay. But that year, that teacher was like, no, your parents need to be here. I was like, my mom will not come and my dad will not be here. So the next day I go to school. She had put my desk facing the back wall of the class. And she was like, well, you'll be facing the back wall of the class as long as your mom or your dad doesn't come and see me. And it's funny because the girl that was in love with me, her mom, she was treated like trash by the teacher too. And her mom started a petition to try to get that teacher out of school. And so back in the day, it's like I was living through kind of that year specifically, I was living through hell. It's like the teacher was trash, and it was like it was so freaking bad. And you know what? I'm not a bad person. I go over a lot of stuff that happened in my life, but the last time, because I'm still friends with that girl that told me back in the day that she was in love with me. And sometimes, we meet up and have, lunch together. And I remember one day telling her, I said, you know what? If I would meet her today and she's like 90 years old, I would look at her and said, you're not dead yet, you old witch. I hope you drop dead right now. And she said, you know what? She was so bad and so mean, I would do the same. I was like, yeah, I got no compassion for that. Ah, man. Stories we have sometimes. But boy, was she a bitch. She was the worst bitch I've ever seen as a teacher. Dave Vosh used Christmas Malahide DSP V5 last night to listen to Pirate BSR on 4032 kilohertz. Cool. And Jim Gordon, what is my recommendation for an internet browser? Well, it's very personal, and a lot of people. I mean, I use Edge all the time. It's in Windows and it works fine. The rest is because people have all of their own conspiracy stuff and ideas and snooping, and it depends on you. But I use Edge and it works great. Can you please test ham radio for 40 meters sometime? Something I don't know. I am sure work. I don't understand exactly the question. Bob's Old Records, Africa #1 in Miami, yeah, in Gabon. It was great. They had a great little show on Monday afternoons, which was African stories that were like they were like Stephen King stories, all sorts of horror little stories, short stories, suspense, and so on, written in French by some African author. I would listen to that every Monday. It was just from good stories to just totally hilarious. I remember one story that kept my mind. It was a story about people getting hooked on a beer, and more countries in Africa were getting the same beer, and people just couldn't get off the beer. They didn't know what it was. And the story ended with when the police entered the factory, there were elves, and these elves were pissing in the beer bottles, and that was the beer that everybody was drinking. And I was like, what the hell is this story? Pissing elves in beer bottles, and that was the story. Okay. But Africa #1 was one of the powerhouse stations back in the day, like South Africa, Radio RSI. No, there isn't block or die. I know it says that, but in my case, there isn't, and you cannot get it. Because if it was there, I would have found it a long time ago. There was, because I read the same thing that you're reading, and there used to be some app, but man. I want to say hello through the email to Henry Gonzalez. Happy New Year from Doc Henry. So welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. What else do we have? Joe Spring, 7,200 colors is like going to the bad side of town. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, they were Africa #1 was really, really cool station. I got one QSL from them here. So what else do we have? Swatcats has an FM radio on an Android phone. BMC Bike, nice to have you on board from a freezing Switzerland, HB3XBL. But you know what, Radio Kid? What's the difference is that we're a different gang, definitely, listening to Nowhere Weather Radio. But remember that in bad emergencies, bad times, what's going to happen is that the phone itself might not get the weather alerts if there's some connectivity issues. So that's the problem. So, So let's go down as fast as possible to catch up. What else do we have? What else do we have? Given the extra, I need to charge my iPhone very soon, 21%. Take care. And I hope you have a good recovery. Okay? Take care. Matt, Radio DXer, yes, it is overdue. Are you doing 10, 12 FTA during the morning? Managed some QSLs with Canadian hams lately, so I'm sure doing one with you is possible on those bands. How about we do a deal? What time would you be available tomorrow morning, Sunday? Well, tomorrow afternoon for you. On either 10 or 12. And I don't know if we. How about we say 15 UTC? Would that be a time you'd try? We could try 10 or 12 and see if we're there, and if we hear each other or see each other. Because I wouldn't be surprised that we would see each other, and if conditions are good, we could try that. It'd be kind of cool. It would really be kind of cool. Because, I mean, I've had several contacts with several of you through FT8. And it'd be kind of cool to add you to the list. BBC Bike in Switzerland, all state-owned FM stations have been shut down. We have to buy DAB Plus rigs to receive travel infos or internet radios. Wow. Is it popular, BBC Bike? Are a lot of people going and buying those radios? Out of curiosity. Ricky says a quick web search, assuming I understood correctly, shows Samsung includes an FM chip radio app in limited number of countries. Elsewhere, access to FM is blocked. Yeah, that's pretty much what happens, unfortunately. Penny C, thank you for the pizza fund. And says, but you need to take a photo of the proof. Don't worry, there will be. Joe Spring, thank you so much for the tip. Radio Kids, no squall phone alert came across cell phone network in Northern Virginia yesterday. Wow. Joseph, what's crazy about Google Chrome going crap when they started adding that feature that saves memory by forcing tabs to cache? It's never been clunkier since that improvement. You're pretty right on that. It's getting worse since they added that feature. F Lego, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. LVR Steelworks, thank you so much for buying me a pizza. Much appreciated. Are you going down the Skynet group again for emergencies? Heartbreaker, good evening. Nice to have you on board, my friend. Much appreciated to have you here. Anybody else said hello? Just want to make sure. This is bad. Okay. There we go. MDF7 Orbrew Bird says I have 2 weather radios that are plugged in with battery backup. They're always on, monitoring the same alerts, sending you alarms for major events. Cool. Mike B, even if there's no emergency here in Desert Southwest, I would like to know when hail and lightning conditions are coming my way. Yep. LS, we're located Montreal, Quebec, Canada, my friend. That's where I am. We're 170 watching live. Seems that the buffering's pretty much gone. And Matt says, I have zero memory of going home like that. Probably lucky I remembered the way. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's like crazy. This channel is dedicated to all sorts of radio and anything else with stories. It's about everything. Kamikaze, my laptop is right by the router connected Wi-Fi, but decided to hook up internet and get full speed. Yep. Bob's old record, agoraphobic and autistic. The struggle is real. Oh yeah, I know it is. With my mom, I knew my mom didn't go outside the house for years, years. I'm not joking. My mom would not go outside the house for years. Daniel, everyone worships the ground. All teachers walk on, yet uh, all of have teachers related horror stories. Yep, yep, definitely. I mean, most of the teachers were great, you know. But you have that teacher from time to time that's just she was just a bitch. She was an horrible bitch. That's all. London, 1965. Some old teachers were very rough on kids. We all knew one. Yeah. Yeah, a speaker from a DX 160 right here. And it's actually modified. It's a fan of the channel that sent me this speaker. It's modified. It's plugged in on my Kenwood R5000. Michael says, right on, Jill, I can feel the pain. Yep. Yep. J Dakota had a couple of teachers like that. One had his desk put at the rear of the classroom. There was a film every day and a study guide. Just read the book. Yep, not much of a teacher. Any Shortwave, I have to refresh because the ad placed a banner above the chat. Michael says, I had some crappy things happen. Yeah, I guess we all had at least one of those crappy teachers in life. Catalan says, oh, Joel, that's sad to hear about that. Good that our passion for radio connects us. Yep, absolutely. Have a good dinner, VT Radio. I'll be having a good pizza. Penny C, teachers need to be more aware of understanding of family situations. You know, on the other scale, of how teachers can be extraordinary. When I was in high school, my last year of high school, so my mom got real sick. And I was in my last year of high school, and I'm the guy that things like math and science, I was like top. You know, I always had great grades. So last year of high school, my mom got real sick, and it was February, so I had only February, March, April, May, June, 4 months left before high school is over. I had to go to college. I had to do all the paperwork to be in a college and all of that. So my mom got real sick in February. And at that time, the doctors were giving my mom 10% chance of living. So I was in the hospital when the doctor told me, it's like, your mom doesn't have more than 10% chance of living. And so that affected me terribly. And my grades went down. And the math teacher, which was actually a wonderful woman, she was like the greatest math teacher of all. She called me up after like maybe 3 weeks in a month. I had done some exams and stuff, and my grades were really low. I was not flunking. I just didn't have the great grades that I used to. And she called me up after class. And she said, can I talk to you? And when everybody was gone, she looked at me and she says, you're always in the 90s. Sometimes you had 100% on your exams. And the two last exams, you're giving me 60 and 64. Barely passing grades. She says, is there something wrong? And I remember I just started crying my heart out and saying that, my mom probably is going to die. And she was the greatest teacher ever. She was like, okay, I get it. And, with the rest, I'm not going to go into details, but with the rest of the crappy family stuff with my dad, it was like, I don't need more crap on my shoulders than I already have. And so she was like, if you need to talk or if you need anything, please come and see me. Okay? And she was cool. I remember one day she said, my mom's going to have an operation. I won't be here in class, that afternoon. And I said, I won't have a paper signed by my parents that I'm not here. And she said, don't worry about it. It's okay. Okay, you're talking about it. So that's the opposite. That's the best teachers we can have, that not only do their job amazingly by teaching us, but they actually observe all of their students and notice when something's wrong with one of them. I mean, those are the best freaking teachers you can think of. What do we have? Al S. WRNO was great when it first came on. Yeah, Rocket the World. That was good. Still on today with just religious stuff. KW61 Radio Chad used to have a great African music program. Yeah, I remember Radio Nacional Chadian. Radio Kid has, and Jill takes a swig of beer after that story. Yeah. Casper Peterson, nice to have you on board. Well, that's another story in all the shit show that we have. At least we're here with a great show, which is not a shit show. Radio Botswana interval signals. Yeah, that was crazy. My drinking is about it's actually a Belgian ale. And look, I've got only this left. And I will have to ask the question if you guys want me to continue doing a live show that we tonight and are having fun. I will have to ask you guys, should I get another beer and continue this live show? That's the question we're asking right now. Let's poll. Anybody who wants me to take another beer? Of course, the answer is yes. I already know about it, but I'm asking anyway. Cheers, everybody. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here. RJDA says, yeah, Superpower KUSW, absolutely. Absolutely. RJDA used to play a lot of music from bands called Zebra, which was a local band. Oh, cool. Oh, you got a stomach bug, Brad Shaver? Take care of yourself. Boston Patriot, nice to have you on board. Don't be sorry you're late. You're late. That's okay. Spindle Twister, never a bad day for pizza. Absolutely. Never a bad day for pizza. It seems like every time I listen to VOA, it's music time. Oh, yeah. I hate that. I want to hear a VOA news broadcast or something. But every time I tune to is like the VOA music. It's like, I don't want to hear that. Mad Reader DX, not tomorrow. Thursday or Friday this week is best, as I have a busy few days. 14 to 16 is a good time. Okay, Take note of this. Okay, Thursday, not Tuesday, Thursday. Okay, starting at starting at 15 UT, 10 meters. Doesn't work. Friday, we'll repeat at 15 UTC, but on 12, and see if we can make a contact. Okay? So Thursday on 10, and Friday on 12. 15 UTC. I'll be searching for your call. Actually, I'll CQ, and if we don't make contact, I'll actually call you directly with the call M7EIW. Hopefully we'll make contact. What else do we have? Charlie Whiskey Lima. I got a Texan PL680 for Christmas. Cool. That's a great little radio. LS Brother Scare. Yeah, imagine when they decide to put AI with Brother Scare on shortwave. Oh God, that's gonna be the worst. That's gonna be the worst. LS got two R5000s. Cool. What wall map? I got it on Amazon. I don't even remember what it's called, but I thought it looked cool. So bought it on Amazon. RJ Dakota stumbled upon a 15034, which is the Canadian station in Trenton Military in Ontario. And what else do we have? I remember when American Forces Radio had sports on shortwave. Definitely. Joseph, that's a real teacher. That's what it means to be human. Yep. Definitely. Definitely. That was the opposite of that 6th grade teacher. It's like that was what a teacher is all about. That's what really, really is great. I can tell you that. What else do we have? So, Radio Kid just started ETM on the Texan 310 ET. My heat pump kicked in again. So now you've got you've got tons of peaks of noise. Yeah, that's crazy. Bird WF7I Homebrew, one of my best teachers, also a math one, and also a woman, taught calculus. It was so good. I tested out 2 years of college calculus. Yeah. Even my washer. Al S, no politics, and it's the only warning if you don't want to be banned from this channel. Okay? 0. From any country, and I don't care what you think of any country. It's a rule here, and it's a very important one. Okay? So 0 politics are out. What else do we have? Definitely get another beer. I'm still finishing my afternoon tea. Yay, yes, yes. Matt is going to get a beer too. Okay. I can't say no to that. We're going to have beer together. My. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go and get some extra. Paul is just sleeping a lot tonight. Still sleeping in the bedroom. Blagadai, So 57 Steve says, yes, beer. Grab me one too. Well, if I had a way to send you one, I would absolutely. As you can taste the Belgian white beer that I am having, which is actually pretty good. Blogger and I have a great math teacher too, 65, 68. We're friends on Facebook since last year. Oh, wow. I don't know if my math teacher from that era, she was probably in her, so she was probably in her early 50s, so she would be real old today. I'll tell you that. You know, the worst is I am Facebook friends with my um, arts teacher from back in high school, and he was pretty young for a teacher back then, so that's why he's still alive. And that's fine, Master Players Radio and Television. You know what? A glass of water, Coca-Cola, whatever. It's fine. You know, I drink beer and everything, and you know, I sometimes have had some you know, comments on that, because there are people out there that, you know, either are struggling because they were, you know, they had problem with alcohol, and it's like, you know, it's um, you know, you don't have to drink, and it's like, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So when I have people coming in, it's like, I don't drink alcohol. You don't feel left out. You can drink water, sparkling water, Coca-Cola, whatever. It's fine. You know what? It's as good as anything else to join us into just having fun. I mean, that's it. It's all. It's you know, alcohol is not a. You know, there's a here in Quebec we have really high taxes on alcohol. The government takes a huge chunk, and the reason is because alcohol, people that drink, tend to cost more to the healthcare system. So that's the reasoning behind the high taxes. So when I hear people saying, well, the high taxes are crazy, it's like, no, you don't have to drink alcohol. You don't have to drink beer. It's not an essential thing in life. I have got no problem with the fact that there's high taxes on it, because, yeah, it is, in some cases, even a social problem for people. So, you know what? It's fine. It's okay. I don't care if it goes higher in price. It's not an essential item. Cheers and yes, says Danny Shortwave. What else do we have here? So I'm just going to go quickly a little bit down. Gary, 24 fan, nice to have you here from Northern Maine. And yeah, you're here. That's the important thing. So, oh, you'll live stream the attempts. Okay, Matt Reader DXer. So Thursday 15 and Friday 15, 10 or 12. And if we do contact, let's try it on both bands. If we do meet up, we'll do 10. If we do 10, let's try 12 after it. Let's do 2 bands. And Blogger died that Matt teacher saw my radio comments and he bought the next stage data D808. Oh, that's good. John Beckham. Was it video in the early days of Shortwave where they played Yankee Doodle? They actually do still. If you find the correct time, they still do Yankee Doodle. I've heard it not even a week or 2 ago, actually. Jim Gordon, I drink the Left Belgian beer right now. Carry on drinking. I've had that beer. It's a pretty good one. I've had one of those for sure. You still have all your Shortwave QSL cards? I do, LS. And in binders that are not very far here. I have all of them. All of them. You know, I threw away a lot of the correspondence and stuff that I had, but the QSL cards, these will always stay and remain with me. And what I've done with the QSL cards is I've scanned them all with my my printer scanner, because I always thought if for some reason a fire or whatever I would lose them, at least I've got a picture of every QSL that I can still hold on to. So yeah, it's true, huh? The cats do sleep longer in the winter. I guess it's the weather. Ferruccio Palmerini, nice to have you here, Ferruccio Palmerini. Ciao from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I actually live real close to the Italian community, part of Montreal, Quebec. So, and when I was young, around me, I was pretty much born and raised in an area with a lot of Italian community people that I always found to be so great. It was so much fun. It was a great time, honestly. Um, the rarest QSL most difficult to get to reply to me. That's a good question. That's a good question. Maybe we should pause at this question of the QSL card that's the most difficult to get to reply to me. Remember that Voice of Turkey is possibly going to shut down their English language transmissions in exactly 8 minutes from now, 7 or 8 minutes. Tune in to 5960. They're supposed to be in English to North America, Eastern North America, 5960 kilohertz. Let's try to monitor that, see if we can hear the Voice of Turkey. I'm going to put my radio here on 5.96. Oops, 5.96. I've got this really high. I don't know what that buzz is, but I don't usually have that freaking buzz there. I don't know where it's coming from. So I will go and leave you guys with the sensual sounds of CHU Canada on 6850 on the Shoyoung LC90 Smart Radio. And I will go get my beer.
CHU Canada, Coordinated Universal Time, 22 hours, 56 minutes. 22 heures, 56 minutes. Canada, UTC, 22 heures, 56 minutes, 22 hours, 57 minutes.
I'm back. So just to show you guys, I'm listening with the Shortwave LC90. Let me just I'm just gonna move this here. Just want to show you guys what the radio. Here we go. This is what's receiving. CHU. Plugged in on the MLA30 loop. 7850 kilohertz. So cool to have a hybrid radio, internet radio, and shortwave at the same time. Since I'm drinking a little more, I brought with me a little donut that I actually cooked yesterday for you guys. I'm hungry a little bit. Some donut. Sorry. I know donuts and beer, but hey. That's so good. Okay. So, Voice of Turkey, interval signal. I'm hearing the Voice of Turkey interval signal on 5960 kilohertz. They're going to be in English in a minute or two. Sorry. If I don't eat at least a little something, I'm going to be too drunk. Okay. So cheers, everybody. New beer. Cheers. So, the rarest QSL, most difficult to get to reply to me. You guys are going to find it funny. But Radio Sweden, it took me 5 years to get a Radio Sweden QSL card. I started sending reception reports in 1983 to Radio Sweden. And everybody seemed to be getting QSLs easily from them. And I don't know why. And the first QSL card I've ever got after, and I will tell you, probably after 30 or 40 tries, was in 1988, where I got my first. And then I got a pennant, I got a sticker, I got tons of things, but until 88, I don't know why. Super difficult. What was the most frustrating about QSLing is that, I told you guys, my best friend, one of my best friends back in the day, when he saw me listening to the world on shortwave, was fascinated. And for about a year, year and a half, we would listen to shortwave together. And we would actually go together to the post office, mail our reception reports. We would often be on the phone making reception reports to the same station we're listening to. And what was very frustrating is that he would get replies I would not. I would get replies to stations he would not. And we were always wondering why. But the two best moments We made a reception report to Radio Guyana on 3 megahertz. About 6 months later, he gets a QSL card. I never got one. I was so annoyed. But at the same time, we made a reception report to Voice of Nigeria. And I still remember in June where it's really hot. And it's a snowstorm day in February of the next year. So it's like, what, 8 months? And I opened the mailbox and there's a QSL card from Voice of Nigeria with the Lagos airport on the picture on it. So I tell my friend, I say, oh, maybe you're going to get a QSL card. You never did. And he was frustrated. So this is the weird, this is the weird thing about QSLing. It's like you get it, you don't get it, you don't know why. There's so much in there. It's just crazy. Hey, Paul. Paul the cat's here. Paul the cat's here. Huh? Go, baby. But I have a lot of the African ones where my success rate for QSL cards got up when I started giving, like, putting dollar bills, US dollar bills in my envelopes. That actually definitely helped the success rate of QSL returns. John says 93.95 WRMI playing music. Bob's Old Records, strong English breakfast tea because I'm out of whiskey. Bender the Xer says, yep, hopefully 2 QSLs. That would be cool. Sending a beer as an email attachment. That would be good. That would be good. So, for those that want to see, I hope there's not too much crap in the back. Actually, I'm kind of not sure I want to show all the crappy things. Paul is like moving here. So Paul the cat's here. I'm trying to see how I can. Scouter Phoenix, nice to have you here from Colorado. Don't worry. Alabama Red, nice to have you on board. Had the unfortunate experience yesterday of coming across a live stream yesterday, 7200 kilohertz on 40 meters. It was horrible language. Yep, that frequency is so bad. LS girlfriend and I visited Montreal last year. Took a Canadiens game. Notre Dame Cathedral light show was awesome. Cool. Mandy, nice to have you here from Colorado. Charles Gordon, nice to have you here from Edmonton. Just bought a D808 yesterday. Cool. It was 7850 the frequency that I was listening to. 7850. Joseph, nothing in California. Yeah, that frequency isn't the best for the West Coast, unfortunately. David just stepped out on the balcony and grabbed my pretty much perfect SSTV image of the International Space Station. Don't know what it is yet because I was recording it on my audio recorder from my ICR5 receiver. Cool. Yeah, it's supposed to be English right now. There's just too much noise for me to hear the language. Anybody can confirm if it's English or not? What I've heard is that they switched, so it's not the Voice of Turkey like we used to. They switched to their TRT World TV audio. Right now is music. Yeah, it sounds weird. Doesn't sound like usual. Doesn't sound like usual. So maybe that's the beginning of the end. We were saying at the beginning of the show that Voice of Turkey, unfortunately, is the Voice of Turkey, the way it was, is gone. It's TRT World that took over, and English might actually be one of the languages that are gone. So I don't know. So if anybody can confirm if it's English or not, I don't hear it well enough. I would have to go in the backyard with the portable and listen to it there to really know. Music on 59 City. John Beckham was really cool. Jill has a really cool Radio Shack. And that's not all. I'm not showing all the radios. And if the camera moved, it was Paul the Cat. I don't know if we can see it here. Here we go, Paul the Cat. Paul the Cat. Paul. Paul. Wake up. Come on. Paul. You see? Nah, here's Paul. Here's Paul the Cat. There's Paul. Yeah. It's Paul the Cat. All of that. Paul the Cat. There we go. Well, they have different. When they do ID, they had ID with the interval signal in different languages, though. English, Turkish, and so on. Radio Kid have a good 5960 signal. The speech is before. Okay. Paul, what are you doing? So Jean Arash at 5960, they have Voice of Turkey in English, ID in English. Strapping into 5960 English. Okay. Gary 24 fan got 0 booze in the house. He needs to correct the situation. What else? What else? Yeah, 5960 is Voice of Turkey, different gear TV. They're there at 2300 every day. Radio Kid has A&W root beer. That's perfect. That's perfect. It's beer. It's root beer. Singing on 5960, beeps, man speaking. So that's interesting. Interesting about 5960. Maybe we are at the beginning of the end, finally. All right, Paul, what do you think about it? At the beginning of the end of Voice of Turkey. You know? Yep. 57 Steve DX1, 5960 strong here in Southeast Georgia on my new PL 680. Cool. Great gift. Your wife is wonderful. Yeah, it starts at the top of the hour. Matt has a carrier on 6955, possibly a pirate from the east. Nothing, no audio for him. Let me just check it out. Nothing much right now in terms of the signal on 6955. So Cat's Paul is the executive producer of the series. He wants to see if you're going the right job. Oh, good. Ricky, hello, Paul. Hey, Paul. What are you doing? Jean Arash, you know what? It was known, and when there was the Passport to World Band radio, they were saying that many African countries had mail theft because they knew that a lot of us were sending money within the envelopes. So a lot of the letters would never reach because they were stealing what's inside. What station was on 3 megahertz? Back in the day was Voice of Guyana. KW61, the QSLers must have a spin wheel for correspondence starting QSL or don't reply. I would put in a sheet of paper everything that I would send out and would write when I would receive a reply on the station, and I can tell you that the reply, the answer rate was not really that high. I don't know how many stations I spent. You know, I sent dozens of letters before I got one reply. I would joke about it with my friend. I would say, well, you know, this is the 20th reception report. So somebody at the station said, okay, look, you know what? He's really annoying. Send him his QSL. He won't write again. Jim Gordon, Radio 4VH ET took several attempts before QSL. The long apps. Yep. I got one QSL from them here back in the day. Mr. Stonegrove, given that you talk about Radio Sweden, hello from Stockholm, Sweden. Nice to have you here. LS mom wondered too, but she knew that been up in all hours of the night listening to rare stations. So different gear, yeah, English. Robert Vinet, nice to have you on board from Fredericton. 800 kilometers east of Montreal. It's coming in nice on the PL 990. Cool. Matt says visited Russia in 1994 as part of a school trip and was warned not to use provincial postal drops to mail postcards back home. You had to be in major cities and use boxes on main streets. Wow. English on 5960. Okay, cool. Good night, CLMF MS25. Jim Gordon, 5960 English language documentary now. Cool. Yeah, it's TRT World instead of the Voice of Turkey like they used to have before. It is TV audio. Apparently, a lot of the reports I've seen online is that it's TRT World TV audio. Frank V, nice to have you here. Wavescan on 5950 as you speak. Great topic on transistor radios. Cool. Little kid, what is TRT Turkey? So TRT, so Voice of Turkey, which was on Shortwave, its main broadcast is TRT, which is the Turkish. It's like the CBC in Canada. It's the Turkish national service. It's like the BBC in the UK. So TRT World is kind of what's happening right now and what we're hearing. So it's the really the Turkish radio TV's kind of home service. So it's changed from English to something else. Okay. Buzzer, strong and clear in Scotland, 4625. I haven't heard. So Al says now in French. Wow. Okay. So weird. Okay. So weird. So it's definitely something happening. 5.95. Yeah, wave scan show on 5950. Your daughter says hello to Paul the Cat, Matt. He says hello back. Yeah, TRT is really what is the national broadcaster of of Turkey, just like the BBC or the CBC and so on. Yeah, they've always had very, very bassy audio on Voice of Turkey. Al S, is CFRX still on? Yep, absolutely. 6070. Let me try it out here. You can hear it in the noise, but yep, it's there. And actually, that's what people don't like, is that since it's switched and the new year from the Voice of Turkey, which was really shortwave based and to a shortwave audience, which had local, info about Turkey and so on. The TRT world is more like a BBC-ish service, having world news and so on. So it's interesting that they're French also. K6YYL, the ham radio lady, is in the house. And she really likes Werner's ginger ale or Coke. So that's interesting. So Joseph, what's happening right now is that shortwave will be part of what they want to do. But what the Voice of Turkey right now is saying is that maybe English and Arabic might disappear. So I've got a text here about it, which says the Voice of Turkey English shortwave transmissions to be carried by TRT World in the new term. No date has been set, but seems that it will be gone. We really have no idea what type of programming there will be. TRT Voice of Turkey Arabic will also face the same fate. But all other languages remain on shortwave, and there might be new ones in the new term. I am personally sad about this, but I still hope that it will be turned around at some point. You never know. And that's where, once again, and if you guys want to write in and say how you are sad about the demise of Voice of Turkey, well, English Desk at trt.net.tr. Here's the email. How about writing to them, letting them know that you're not happy that Voice of Turkey is gone? You never know. It could change things around. It happened in the past. So if we don't try, we'll never know. Thank you, Joseph, for kitty pizza. Well, actually, Paul, when I purchase my pepperoni pizza, always wants at least 1 or 2 slices of pepperoni. He really, really loves this stuff. So when I get a pizza, I get 1 or 2 slices of pepperonis, and I give him that. So you're not, in fact, buying just a pizza for me. You're buying a pizza that also Paul will enjoy. Charlie Whiskey Lima. Will the Xiegu 6200 be a good first base station? I want to fit it on my desk and also grab and go with when I'm out taking landscape pictures. Look, I see a lot of people that just are in love with their Xiegu devices. So probably, yep. So Turkey back in English. Okay. Okay. David, 5960, peaking plus 40. QSDR and Alcante. Yeah, for VH. Matt says, I miss African shortwave broadcast stations so much. I love the Radio Guinea and Zanzibar broadcasts when they were on. Yeah. You know, I told you guys when I was... one of the things I would love to do when I was in the 80s, I would tune around, you know, late afternoons here. It was the African stations were starting to get in. And they were... just before I continue, by the way, as you guys are tipping on the chat, the super chat, there's also a Pizza Fund PayPal possibility for those that want at the email address that I just posted. So if you want to use PayPal instead, the Pizza Fund for PayPal is this. So, you know, late afternoon, we would actually... go and I would actually go and listen to the African stations would start coming in for the night. And I mean, they were in the evenings broadcasting. It was a great time to be on shortwave at the time. It was so wonderful to go to the 60-meter band, tropical band, and getting all of these stations, Togo, Botswana, Nigeria, what else? Cameroon, and whatever. It's like you just were listening to all of this. I was so freaking happy to be francophone, to understand French, because a lot of them had French programming, which was great because I could understand what they were saying. I could write them in French too. And then you'd have the stations that would, as we would get into 22, 23, 24 UT, would sign off for the night. And then you'd have all these Central South American stations that would start booming in. Radio Barquisimeto, 4990. Radio Reloj, 4832. What is it? Ecos del Torbes, 4980. You guys remember that? Radio Quito, 4920. Oh, what else? There are tons of these stations from Central South America that would be the evenings. And then I would go to bed around midnight, 1 a.m., and as the Central South American stations would slowly start shutting down, you'd have a wave of African stations starting to come in because they'd start their new day of broadcasting. Dang, that was so cool back in the day. It's just amazing when you think about it. Just so amazing. What else do we have? So, Nick Hansen, M7 NHR, says the smaller stations I used to send reception reports to, I used to enclose a stamped self-addressed envelope. Yeah, that also helped a lot. RJ Dakota 4VH was outside the 49-meter band. I think it was on... Yeah, they had several frequencies. They were even on the 25-meter band at some point. Something like 11.825 or something. When I had my QSL, they were on 60-meter band only. And they were on 4930 kilohertz. Well, you know, John Beckham, not like, you know, today the mailman is never the same guy. I don't know why. It's like there's If I have to have mail 5 days, I'll have 5 different mailmen. But back in the 80s, where I started corresponding, the mailman was always the same man all the time. And I remember I became, kind of friendly with the mailman. I sometimes would talk to him and stuff. But when I started getting a lot of correspondence like this, I remember the mailman looked at me once and said, "Can I ask a question?" I said, "Yeah." "You are getting a lot of foreign correspondence. Why? What are you doing?" And I remember I told him, I said, I've got a radio that hears stations from all around the world on shortwave, and I correspond with them, and they're sending me all of these letters. And he found it so cool. But the funniest part about that, I've told it before, when I was 17, there was a mail strike. Back in the day, the laws permitted the postal office to hire temporary employees to replace the strikers, which was really, the strike, the people on strike, the postmen and all of that, they weren't happy. I had registered to be an employee back then, and it was in the summertime. I only went once into the post office. The rest of the time was impossible. All the employees that were on strike were doing everything possible to make sure we wouldn't get in. Once I got in, and when I got to all the little boxes where the letters go through, I saw mine. And because I was receiving tons and tons of letters, everybody had a standard little box. It was about this big, and not very deep, because they would receive standard, the bills and the stuff like that. There was nothing special. But I was receiving so much correspondence and so many big letters that mine, instead of being that little box, was actually a big box with my address on it. And because I was receiving too much correspondence that was so huge in big envelopes, and I looked at it and I said, "Wow, this is cool. I got a really big box at the post office because I get too much mail." It's just so funny. So, and the funny thing about life sometimes, I went to college that year, but I got a call from the post office, from Canada Post, because I had filled up all the papers and I had 1 day of training. I remember they called up and said, "We need postmen. You want to be a postman?" And I remember I told him no, because I was going to college. I had, I aspired for a big life of, I don't know, a scientist or something. But today I'm thinking about it and I'm like, yeah, if I'd been a postman back in 86, I'd probably be this close to retirement. And it was a good paying job. And, you think about it, but I don't regret anything. It's when people say, "Well, do you regret?" I don't regret anything. No. It's the way it is. That's life. But, if I had done that, I would have had a good job for the rest of my life. And I would be pretty much retirement now. Starting at 17. Incredible, eh? When you think about it. Opportunities sometimes that you don't take. They're like, yeah, you had one. You had one. John Beckham, I remember all the mail correspondence that I would receive back in the day. Yeah, mailman was suspicious. 2013 general use. Hey, nice to have you here. Al S, TRT back again. Matt says there's lots of country and state parks short drive from me. Sota is more popular here since we have many mountains, but parks on the air. Yeah. Matt, Radio DXer, I will watch the rest of the stream on my tablet. No problem. And let's try on Thursday. I won't forget. So Thursday 10 meters, Friday 12 at 15 UT. I'll be there. Oh, Blogger Die is uploading the Voice of Turkey clip to channel. Cool. Craig Martinetti remembers Radio RSI. Tristan, good signal from, I believe, Wavescan 5950 in Newfoundland. Yep. Really Kid Bummer, Voice of Turkey was one of the last broadcasters that I have heard doing broadcasts in German. I'm guessing that will stop. Well, not necessarily. They're saying English and Arabic, but they're saying that most of the other language services might still be there. So it's interesting. Matt says, when Voice of Turkey was strong here, it was a great signal. I enjoyed Turkish music. You know what, Matt? The funniest story I've got with this is I'm in a bar, and there's no one around. I'm in a bar, I'm sitting down, and like 2 or 3 stools a little further, there's this guy with earphones on his head, listening to something, and reminding our own business. I'm on my phone. My beer is almost empty, and out of the blue, because his beer is empty, he looks at me and he says, "I will offer you a beer if you can tell me what type of music I'm listening to." So I'm like, "Look, I'll listen. You don't have to offer me a beer." But he's like, yeah, I will. Because he's sure I will never know what it is. I put the earphones on, listened for 15 seconds, and I said, "You're listening to Turkish pop." And he says, "How do you know that?" And he gets really annoyed because he thought he'd won his bet that, I would not get a beer. And I said, "I listen to Shortwave. There's a station called The Voice of Turkey. What I hear is what I identify as Turkish pop on The Voice of Turkey." And now he's really annoyed. And I look at him and said, "You don't have to buy me a beer because I won the bet, But he does pay me a beer. But I'm like, this is the best example of never bet with somebody that you don't know, with a stranger. Because I can tell you, you could be very surprised. But it was just so funny. So funny. Yeah, I don't know, Joseph. It's kind of weird, English, and especially Arabic. I don't know. It's kind of weird. LS CFCF 600 Montreal at the outlet on 6005. Yeah, CFCX, which was there. CFCX. Joseph, pepperoni is good food. Yeah. John Vargas says, "My cat always wants to hear my food." Thank you, SWAT Cats, for the catnip for Paul and pizza. Let's speak Afrikaans. Yeah. Lagardai, listen to CFRX often. Very good here in Virginia. CFRX is 400 miles. When I'm not in a noise zone, like here where I live, CFCX is tough. But when I go to a park where there's no noise, man, CFCX is like a local station on 6070. Alabama Red, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. Yeah, the difference is just that YouTube takes 30% of all the donations on Super Chat. On PayPal, it's much smaller, much smaller cut. That's the only thing. But hey, whatever drives you is fine. You know, CFRX, we have a joke here about it because it's CFRB. Toronto is a Bell-owned station. And CFRB and Bell wants to cut everything on stations. They want to cut all the time. So our joke here is that Bell doesn't know about CFRX, and I'm pretty sure they don't. Because I'm pretty sure that if Bell, that owns CFRB, knew about it, they would shut it down tomorrow morning to save money. They would just say, hey, why are we operating this thing on shortwave? So we often say is the engineer at the station just, says nothing. It's like, no, I don't know anything about CFRX, so that they don't shut it down. It's just great. Varner 5950. Yeah, Wavescan is a very interesting program, definitely. It's just great. Matt says, oh yeah, so much Africa was under French rule that it's still the big language there. I think Congo is one of the top French-speaking countries. Yep. So, I was happy because the fact that I spoke French helped me a lot in many of the... and the fact that a lot of stations, and that always surprised me, a lot of stations actually broadcast to what they were calling, either they were calling it, this is a French broadcast to French Canada, or some of them were just literally saying, this is a French language broadcast to Quebec. And I always was surprised that stations would target the province of Quebec for its francophone, population. And that's kind of interesting. Sometimes Spain in French to North America actually still says that we're broadcasting in French to the francophone audience of Quebec. Mike B, Maker's Mark and Ginger Beer here in Bayfield, Colorado. Cheers. Yeah, we weren't. I mean, there was apartheid and all of that. It was a really bad moment. But, I mean, we'd listen into a radio RSA anyways. Take care, Bert. Always nice to have you on board. Stay safe and have a great dinner. Craig Martinetti, what is your favorite English language shortwave broadcast of a foreign station right now? I don't have a favorite. Whatever's out there, I'll listen to. I have favorite types of programming that I hear on the bands. But I can't say there's a favorite station. It depends what they're playing. Like I like Radio Romania when they have their history show and talk about the communist past of Romania. I'll like whatever is interesting. So if I had to say, is there a favorite English language broadcast? No. It's more of whatever programming you have at the time. Thank you, LVR Stillworks. Much appreciated for the tip. Hi, Jay Dakota. Remember great times on the 60-meter band, late afternoon to Africa, night with Latin America, and late night was Southern African, early morning was Pacific. Yep. White Lord, do I still listen to VHF, UHF? Not enough, but I do. what I like to do from time to time, so I got several scanners that are left. I got a Pro 43. I got a Pro 92 Radio Shack. Of course, I've got the ICOM SCR 30 and 20. And what I do is I will scan the bands. Like one day, one afternoon or whatever, I'll scan the bands and take note of every frequency, analog frequency that there's still something on. And I'll use like the Pro 43 and program all the channels with all the frequencies that I've stumbled upon in, say, a 4-hour period, 5-hour period. And when you do that, if you take a long period of time, when people tell me, oh, there's nothing on VHF, UHF here anymore. No, have you listened for 5 hours, scanning constantly? You'll see there's tons of little things in there. But they are just not broadcasting very often, so you can miss them easily. And so what I do is I program all my Pro 43. It's the one that I've dedicated to. This is where I program all the channels. So when something happens, for example, like like a storm, a snowstorm or whatever, if you turn on that scanner that has all of these channels that are usually quiet, now they come alive because people are talking about the snowstorm, about whatever's happening, the high winds, whatever's happening in town. Now they're all there, and it makes for a really cool listening experience. And that's pretty much what I do. Is I keep track of what's out there and program my Pro 43 scanner with them. And it might be very quiet, but you know what? When you listen for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours and just pre-program all the stuff you hear, when you scan through all of that, there's pretty much always a little something here and there every minute or two, because you got a lot of channels in it. But like I said, when bad weather starts, a big snowstorm, turn that on. Now it becomes like tons of communications going through, and it's kind of cool. And it's fun to listen to. So scanner radio is not dead. When people tell me scanner radio is dead, and it depends on what you want and what you want to listen to. One of my friends I went to school with, he has a scanner radio. His fun was listening to the police, the Montreal Police. Now, Montreal Police is not only when digital, it's also encrypted. And so in Canada, the rules are that you cannot listen to any encrypted signal that was not intended to you. That's the rules. So one day he looks at me and says, so I got a scanner that doesn't receive anything anymore. And I said, it receives tons of things. I mean, here in Montreal, we have the St. Lawrence Seaway with boats. We've got a lot of railroad. We've got a big airport. There's tons of things to listen to. You just need to adapt your listening to it. And there it becomes much more of a personal thing, because it depends what you want. Some people purchased a scanner radio back in the day for a simple thing. I just want to listen to the cops. Okay, they're not there anymore. So if that's the only interest you have, I understand that you find that your scanner radio is boring. But if you're like me, where I'm intrigued in so many things, and I want to listen to so many things, well, there's still a lot to listen to on the VHF, UHF range. But not enough people are taking the time to scan through, find out what's out there, what are the channels I'm hearing something. Patience on radio, we already have that on shortwave. Being patient is very important. If you do it slowly, if you take your time to scan through the frequencies, you'll be very surprised at what you got and what you can hear. But if you just like go through like, whoop, I just scanned the bands, nothing on. No, there will never be nothing on for you. Stop doing it that way. Do it slowly. Very slowly. Scan the VHF, UHF range. Scan it for hours, not for 10 minutes. If after 10 minutes that you scan, you say it's like, boring, nothing on. It's like, no, you don't even know what's on. Oh yeah, but I scanned 10 minutes. No, you don't know what's on. Scan for 5 hours. I gotta tell you, you're gonna fill out more than 100 channels on your scanner radio. But take the time to do it. And you're gonna be surprised. And that's what I do. And every time I'm like, oh, tons of things. And every time there's new things I never knew were there. So very important to take your time. Jim Gordon, remember receiving a very large parcel from Radio Baghdad with loads of various kinds of dates, flags, posters, and propaganda. Jean Arash, if you had been a postman back then, you'd be on strike today and forced to go back to work. Well, you know what? The thing is, Jean Arash, is I'd be at the end of the road. So I'd be at the, I don't care about the strike today. I'm almost at retirement. I wouldn't be in the same place as the postmen today. Um, 57 Steam DX 6220 USB playing Frank Zappa. RJ says 6220 is really clear too. 6220. Why am I hearing something? 6.22. I am hearing 6220. And the noise, but it's there. 6220. $54 Cal. I mean, taking a couple of days to figure out to post a video on the Facebook group. It's not that hard. Different Gear TV says they are calling this 5960 30 TRT World, so I presume that it's no more Voice of Turkey. Yep. So I'm hearing 6220 on the noise here. Jim Gordon, it was in the 70s. It was in the 70s. Whoops, I'm going to have to find where I was. Okay, here we go. Just before Saddam Hussein took over, it was in reply to a comment I wrote to them about Iraqi dates in my local shop. They put out a great signal in 9745. Wow. Kilo 61, 6220 USB coming in Tucson, Arizona. Jocus 101, wish WIBS Windward Islands Broadcasting Service in Grenada was still around. Oh man, I've never heard Grenada. I remember I got this little bulletin that for those that don't know the story, there was a German group that had something fantastic that I had never had before. And we're in 1984, and it's 4 times a year, every schedule change. They have this little book that comes out, the bulletin. They mail to you with all the English and German broadcasts around the world by time, with the frequencies and everything. And that was like, oh, wow, this is gold. Because back in the 80s, getting schedules was tough. Getting frequencies was tough. We didn't have the internet for that. But I didn't have money, and it would, I don't remember how much it would cost, but I didn't have the money to pay for the subscription. So I got 3 of these bulletins. And the third one they sent me was written in big letters on the cover, last one for free. But I remember in that bulletin, I was like, oh, Voice of Grenada in English. Well, I don't hear it. And it's like, I would, I would so much love if with some, science magic that I could take my SDR or at least a good radio in me. Like, at least like just the ICOM I CRD 500. Fine. Go back at that time and tune the bands again. Another thing that I find sad today is I realized as a teenager my focus on the shortwave broadcasts and stuff was very, very narrow. And when I look at what I do today is I wish I had a larger what do I call it, span of my interest on what I was listening to, because I missed out on a lot of other things too that I just didn't realize back day. So, I can't, we can't go back in time. So I have to accept one thing. I mean, I'm older, but I know a lot of younger viewers of this channel envy the fact that I was part of a moment where, man, there were so many things on shortwave that it must have been so cool. And yeah, absolutely. But I think as a teenager, and I just didn't realize the vastness, the amount of data, the amount of stuff that was out there. I just was, maybe, shortwave back in the day was overwhelming. There's so much that you're just like, you're focusing on a certain aspect of it because there's just too much. It's like when I said to one of you guys that were talking about an SDR back in the 80s, and I said there would have been so many signals in the waterfall, we would have been unable to focus on, okay, what do I click and what do I listen to? Compared to today, where everything is just like there's something here and here and here. It's like, no. Back in the day, there would have been like full stuff in the waterfall. There would have been so many, we would not know what to focus on. Radio Kid, Chrome browser is getting questionable. My browser just went snap. Yeah, this is exactly what it does. I think it's not even a time limit. I think Chrome has a huge problem. I think they need to sit on their ass and kind of fix it. Hey, VT Radio's back from dinner. RRT08 Pizza has all 4 food groups. Stephen Navi. It's nice to have you here, Stephen Navi. What else do we have? Yep, it's night between us now, Matt. Here it's night. It's been night for the last 3 hours, almost. Propagation is bad today. Couldn't even get the CBers today. RFPI, Radio for Peace International. Happy New Year. Hope everything is well there and the operations of RFPI. Always nice to have you here. Toujours un plaisir, mon ami. Radio Kid, Propagation has been rough all week. Yeah, there's been some geomagnetic storms this week. There's been a lot of flares. So, So I'm hearing the interval signal of Voice of Turkey now at 5960 though. That at least is helping me through the noise. That's why interval signals are important. Matt says, yeah, lots of major police emergency frequencies are trunked and encrypted these days. Yeah. Like it, Copilot says the primary listeners of CFRX shortwave radio in Montreal are typically Canadians living in remote or northern regions with traditional AM/FM radio signals are weak and aren't available. Yeah, part of it is correct. Ah, snap. Exactly, Blogger Die. Matt says, I wish I was into this stuff when I lived in Seattle. There was probably tons of to hear on VHF, UHF, but with the waterways and shipping, plus it's close to Jim Creek, so that VLF station on 24 kilohertz. You know, when went to, I went once this summer to um, a park in the east end of Montreal where the St. Lawrence Seaway and the Port of Montreal separate. So you see all the boats coming in from overseas that are going up the St. Lawrence River and the Seaway. And I had a lot of fun. That day that I went to it's like by chance. There was a boat that had motor problems and it was just drifting away on the St. Lawrence River. And there was tons of activity, tons of things to listen to on the marine bands of the tugger boats that were trying to go and, reach the boat to actually grab it and help it out. There's a lot of stuff to listen to. It was really cool, actually. It's like, there's if you're in there and you want to really, really listen to something, there is something to listen to. But you just got to be, very patient and try different things, and even more, know where you're listening to. RRT08, I can still use my old Crystal Burkett. Oh, man. RJ Dakota, also Todd, the stations from Tahiti were awesome. 15170, 1170, yeah, I remember back in the day. I remember getting up really, really early in the morning and listening into whatever was coming in. Oh, man. We can get nostalgic. We can go back in time in our heads and dang, what a beautiful moment we lived through. And we don't have to be nostalgic about it or sad about it. I think we need to be happy that, we lived through it. And I think we need to be happy that we're still in a hobby now. And we're still listening to it. And we're still showing the world that, no, none of it is dead. It's very different. If you come from the 70s or 80s and turn on a shortwave radio today, and it's let's not even talk about noise. Yeah, you'll be surprised. But there's stuff out there, and I'm here for that reason. I mean, if it was not possible, why would I be here doing a live show for the last 12 years, and not 12 years. The live show, I think it was like maybe 10 years ago, but I mean, we're all here together. Why? Did we say at any point there's nothing? No. We've seen posts in the chat room constantly about there's something. Oh, there's this, there's that, 6220, so on. You know what? Voice of Turkey. There's stuff out there. Yeah. It's we got to search more for it. We got to be willing to take the time to listen to it. But I mean, the bands, it's not zero. There's some cool stuff out there still today. There's pirate radio stations, and there's utility stuff. You know, it's still a good time to continue. We're in 2025. I started in 1982, and I would I thought of 1982? Would I've thought of the fact that in 2025, you don't even think about the future that much. You think a couple of years ahead, what I'm going to do. Are you thinking about 2025? Not really. 43 years later, it's like already when I think about 43 years later, it's like, oh God. Okay, but you know what? We're all here listening to radio. We're all here listening to shortwave stuff. There's still some broadcasters out there that believe that shortwave is. Look at China. China is the first country, easily the first shortwave transmitting country in the world. China knows that shortwave, kind of important. Ah, God. I am a little tipsy drunk. And I love it because I'm with you guys and I love you guys. It's like a drunk thing. It's like, I love you guys. Always loved you. Yeah. John Beckham, nice to have you. Oh, what? Oh, no, okay. Oh, G9BSW. John Derby's UK. Good evening. Nice to have you on board. You got snow there. Cool. Radio Baghdad Pennant. Oh, man. One of the things that I'm so sad that I can't find, HCJB had a contest, and the top 10 winners had a 10 sucre bill from Ecuador, a real bill, one of their money. And I did win. I was in the top 10. I won one of them. And I can't find it. And I'm like, oh man, it was so cool. It was Ecuadorian money. It was just so hot getting that. Sweatcats, eastern central part of Kansas, getting hammered with blizzard warnings. That's where you need your emergency weather radio. Music in Alabama, 6220. Matt also got 6220. John Beckham, 6220 is weak. Richard Califano, nice to have you on board. Nice to see you again. Happy New Year. Pretty cool. VE5 SAR Amnetics. When I first started, I was into AM and shortwave DXing, mainly because those were the radios I had. As I got older and could afford different gear, VHF, UHF became much more interested as it was local. Yeah, that's also another thing. Radio Kid, the analog and ham repeaters outside of DC area are pretty active. Lots of daily nets, but also rag chewing between mobiles. Marine frequency gets Coast Guard reports too. Cool. Black or Die, my World Radio TV Handbook 2023 subscription with update schedules finally stopped working today. Oop. It's not out the air. We just had Voice of Turkey. It's just that Voice of Turkey that we used to know is not there anymore. It's a rebroadcast of the Turkish TRT service now, which is not the same. And there's talk about maybe English going away. So, which is sad. Matt, back in the day, shortwave broadcast stations were the big appeal of shortwave, although it seems like pirates were very original. Back in the day, pirates were interesting compared to today. Much more. Because they created shows. They created content. Today it's just like we're playing music. And that's it. Which is not the same. I mean, we're happy to, have pirates, but it's just not the same. Take care, Craig Martinetti. Always nice to have you on board, my friend. Rita Kid, 5960. Yeah, I'm tuned. Still going on. David says the high dynamic range on my HF Aspire HF 8 plus Discovery SDR would definitely be put to good use back in the day. Yeah. Spill Twister, I'm playing a Jill tonight. Picked up one radio, my DX398 Mint radio I picked up for $30. Cool. That's really nice. There's a lot of stuff. What you missed, you know what, David? One of the best things you missed is going into the marine bands and listening to all the ship to shore phone patches. That was a lot of us did. It was like that was even before, for all of those that had scanner radios like we did with the cell bands and the cordless phones. The 80s, before all of that, we had the equivalent, but internationally. We would listen in to phone patches from boats to coastal stations and hear people talking. And it was like the first time we could listen in and eavesdrop on communication, but it was worldwide. The only thing we needed to find is a conversation in a language we understood. But it was kind of cool. What else do we have? One Yankee says, inexpensive shortwave receiver per newbie. It depends what you want, but you know what? If you spend about $100 and get at least a Texan PL 330 or Matt Texan PL 660. Something really cool. Different Gear TV, I asked earlier, but maybe missed it. Is there a difference between the Texan AN 100, 200 antennas, or is it just the style of them? From what I know, it's just the style. Because, oh wait, there's a style, but I think the 200 has the an antenna jack. So you can, for example, if you don't want to use the antenna and just try to have a coupling with the ferrite, the 200 has the antenna connection that you can use on another radio to have direct connection. The 100 I think doesn't have that, but for the rest they do the same job. John Meckham, do you think car manufacturers need to keep AM radio in vehicles? I do. I think there was a great example with hurricanes this year. Ask anyone in North Carolina if they wanted to have AM radio, and they're all going to say yes. Anything that has to go with disaster, yeah, we do. The problem with that is that they're shielding cars more so that the AM radio works. and it costs them money, and they want to remove AM radio, not for the cost of the AM radio, which is minimal, for the fact that, hey, we don't have to shield our cars anymore, which is going to save a lot of money. But yeah, AM radio is important. It makes great distances. I think we do. I think a lot of people don't understand that. We've come to a point where too many people are relying on modern technology, not realizing that the radio is still important. KW61 Radio Singapore was fascinating to listen to. Swatcast Radio, Public Radio Armenia, Radio Belarus were among my favorites. John Beckham's getting an exchange data due to D221. That's a good little radio. Not expensive. Really cool radio to have. So Bloggerdyne now is at 10 weather radios. I bet you by the end of this stream he's going to be like 25. Oh, man. Tell us about your stuff in the background, says John Gary. My stuff in the background. Okay. An Icom ICR8500, which I purchased to replace my Kenworth R5000. That is here, just behind my chair. This is a Westinghouse International Tube AM shortwave receiver that actually last week we turned on. This is a Radio Shack speaker for the DX160 back in the 70s. I've got a little speaker here for the ICOM, which has terrible audio on its natural speaker. I've got my little rabbit here, which is a gift from my sister that died from cancer. So the rabbit will always be there. It's very small, but there's a Lego here, which is my nephew, which gave us at his wedding a Lego that represents all of us. Mine has a little boombox radio in his hand. We have a world map. We have my ham radio license certificate. We have a 100,000 subscriber plaque from YouTube for my tech channel. We have the screen of my Yaesu FTDX10. We have a lamp that I can change all the colors I want, and so on. That was the quick rundown of the background. John Beckham, Joe, you have a great streaming shortwave show, as I like to all the radio reminiscing indeed. Thanks. Thank you, John Beckham. Tim Dacey. How's Kitty? Oh, as well. He was here 10, 15 minutes ago. Subscribe, Juan Yankee says. Cool. Welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. Let me just go down. Jokus 101. Still have Radio Prague contest. First day covers. Mike WX50, nice to have you here. Happy New Year. See what else is there. Brian Penny 6905. USB Brain Brothers Shortwave. Repeat of New Year's show 6905. Let's check that out. Sorry. It's in the noise here, but it's there. It's there. Radio Kid, Chrome just snapped again. Yeah. Spindle Twister, military frequencies are very active right now for EMS, emergency alert messages. Yep. 708, let me just go over here. 708. Oh, Sweatcat's got a marine radio operator permit. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, I got the Jocust. I do have one here with the rainbow on it. I don't know if that's the one you have. There's like a rainbow. The Radio Jamahiriya station from Libya. I got their QSL. Remember when they were on that odd frequency of 11816? I guess they couldn't tune their transmitter right. K261 says, picked up the Love Boat conversation about Cab Calloway once. John Beck and Michelle, I remember all of those marine radios shipped shore around 3,000 on shortwave back in the day. Bob's Old Records, the Russians used to be a lot of ship-to-shore phone patches. G9BSW says, XJ D808 is fun for a starter or traveler. Absolutely, it's a great little radio. Amazing. Amazing. G9 is one more advanced. We could go on for hours. Oh, yeah. Michael McShann says, Happy New Year. Nice to have you on board. W5RSD. Mr. Stonegrove, the first modern shortwave I bought was an H51X, but I used it a lot on FM as a Bluetooth speaker for pods as well. It's on FM in the background right now, actually. I also have a PL680 with BFO on purpose. Radio Kid, I think cars need AM radio because I listen to AM like WFED. However, stuff outside car interferes with AM too. I drive through a section near Mount Vernon where that blanks my AM radio. Yeah, of course. David says, more importantly, traditional radio and new technologies never fail in the same way. Absolutely. Doug Noble, I'm thinking of buying a Panasonic RF880 again. I had one many years ago and lost it. Bowmans used to love to listen to 2182 when I was a kid. Yeah, there used to be some stuff there. There are still some countries monitoring though. Still some countries are monitoring the frequency. Spindle Twister, I have a chance to buy a DX300. Is that worth 180? Looks like it's mint shaped. Thinking about look, 120-mile ride to pick it up. Okay, here's the thing. Officially, is it worth 180? Maybe not, but if you find it cool and you find that you like it and you want it, it's an okay radio. And if it is in mint condition, I guess you're going to have fun with it. So the question is, for the fun you're going to have, is it worth $180? Much more than, is it worth $180 for the performance? Because for that, it's like, yeah, I don't think so. But it's not a bad radio. It's an okay radio, and it's a big radio, and it's a fun radio from the day. So what are you going to... So are you going to buy it for performance? Don't go there. Are you going to buy it because you just want it because it looks cool and you want to have an old radio? That's up to you. Now it becomes up to your decision. What do you want to do? Okay? That's all. Because that's where it gets complicated with those radios. When you go with these old radios, is it, what is it cool? What do you want exactly? What are you looking for? Are you, you find it so hot that you want it? It becomes very personal decision, much more than anything else. Because buying old radios, especially when you start paying higher prices, there's nothing really rational about it. There's nothing really, there's no logic. For that price, you're going to get a better radio, a better modern radio than that. But the thing is maybe you don't, Maybe a Texan PL880 doesn't appeal to you, but a DX300 that looks so cool does. That's different. That's where our brain is, you know, a little warped as to how much we spend on what. And that's the different story. That's pretty much what I have to say on that. So, you know, that's life for you. So, hey guys, I'm hungry. I want to have that pizza. I need to edit the International Radio Report for tomorrow, and I want to take a little bit of time. I'm going to listen to radio tonight. I want to thank you all for being here. It was an absolutely fantastic evening. 4 hours and what? We did 4 hours and 21 minutes. Not bad. Not bad. So I want to tell everybody, thank you so much. Hey, Kevin. Nice to have you here at WS2H. Stay safe, everybody. I want you guys to take care. And Matt says a dreaded A, guys. Always fun to be here. Always nice to be here. And thank you all. We'll be back next Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. Please stay safe and have an enormous and amazing New Year 2025 in every way, including radio. Okay, guys, take care. And it's always fun to have you on board. So stay safe. Love you all. And we'll see you next week on this channel. Thanks for being here, guys. And thanks for the donations, everybody. Always nice to have you on board. Okay?